All righty, we got action. Good evening, everyone. And good morning, JR Ascension. Kyle Drake says, go Nando. Hope everyone can hear us. Justin will be with us just shortly. This is 10 ball at Bull Shooters on the pit table. 4 1/8 inch pockets, table 13. They are playing winter breaks, race to 21. 3 foul rule, early 10s allowed. 2 and 3 in the corners, I believe, is what they're discussing right now. And then 3,000 in the middle. Justin,
Ooh,
they raised the
nice.
bet.
I thought it was 1,000 each.
Yeah, I thought it was 2,000 middle, and I guess they upped the bet, or maybe I misread the text. We'll go with the latter. Well, here we go. First break.
Like Nando was working on his break a little bit before the match, and clearly showing. Don't love where the one's at, but making those second row of balls in the side pockets.
3 balls on the break doesn't do you any good if you don't have a good shot on the one. Oh yeah, it's the exorcist table, Bill. Hasn't changed.
Yeah, no, they didn't. They didn't go in and recover the table and widen the pockets overnight.
This felt has been on here now 5 months. Oh, it's worn in pretty good.
Yeah, it's showing too.
Things are starting to hang up in the pocket.
I occasionally come in here and just grab an alcoholic beverage, maybe two, and watch some players play on this table, and it's really tightened up since we watched it when they put new cloth on.
Well, that was a good shot by Nando, hitting that ball really thin. Forcing Miguel to come with something. He may try to go for it. No, he's just going to bank it over there. Miguel's a real good all-around player. There's only 22 points separating these two players. Fargo says to be 50-50, Miguel needs 3 on the wire, but I say I beg to differ.
Yeah, you also got to think, Fernando comes out here and plays from time to time, but you got to think Miguel. This is basically his home table.
Yeah,
I mean
pretty much. Well, he plays on table 12 too, but he
Yeah.
plays here at Bull Shooters more than Nando does.
Yeah,
for sure. So he has a slight advantage.
Definitely acclimated to the way this table plays.
But Nando is undefeated so far in his Friday night fight debuts. He won against Henry, and he won against Junior. So he's trying to go for 3 in a row.
I saw him win pretty handily against Henry. I don't remember the one with Junior. What was the score there?
Junior pretty good too. He handled him pretty good. Is he going to get away with this? Yes, he is. Oh, he didn't want it. Make it.
Almost makes you wonder what he's trying to do.
Well, at least he's being honest. That's good sportsmanship.
Yeah.
Then Miguel's that way. I've never seen Miguel have an issue with a player or have drama with anybody. So this is actually a really good matchup.
Yeah, they both seem like that too.
Both players are hungry to win. I mean, Miguel's been wanting on a Friday night fight. Nando's no stranger to this and this table. No, I expect it to be a good one. I expect it to go 21-18 actually, but I don't know who.
I
don't see it going hill, but it's a very good possibility because both these players, again, Miguel, I think is a little bit more rounded player because he plays all the games. Where he plays golf, he plays 3 cushion. He plays 1 pocket. He's not scared to gamble.
He doesn't play that hanging ball too often. It came up a bit short there. No, I'm just kidding. I think I mentioned that the last time he played. He really is. I enjoy watching him play. And, my favorite part about it, well, I guess some people talk about it, but I don't think it gets talked about enough. He is one of the better kickers I have seen for his speed. I mean, he's good at the
Who, Miguel?
yeah, the
Yeah,
2 railers, the 3 railers, the 4 railers. He's really
that's
good.
the 3 cushion
Yep.
and the golf game. You got to know how to kick in golf.
Wow, how about that speed there, Tim?
Really good shot by Nando. Roger Griggs, you're welcome. Hope you're doing well in Vegas and good luck this weekend.
Oh, is he playing out there?
The puddle jumper. He's trying to jump the puddle over to Vegas and win after his amateur win. Wow, that was a misstep by Miguel.
Yeah, sure was.
You may just see Nando take down the first game in this
Is it just
long race to 21.
Is it just me, or does it seem like in every Friday Night Fights, the first game is 50% longer than any other game? I mean, like just on average, it really does seem like there's a safety battle.
It's called the first game jitters.
Yeah, everyone's nervous. No one wants to take on that hero shot early, and then as they get more comfortable, they realize they can lose one or two here and there. And
Well, Nando made a good shot, a good safety on the 5 behind the cue ball behind the 7. And
yeah,
this is why he's at the table now.
it's just a little unlike Miguel. You know he's
Yeah.
favorite to hit that 5. Obviously not make it, but definitely hit it.
Well, if you're just joining us, again, this is table 13 in the pit at Bullshooters, 4 1/8 inch pockets. And they are tightening up with the felt being worn in. Perfecto Diaz, thank you, sir.
No, you did have a birthday.
Nothing special.
Nah, 29 again, huh?
Something like that. I'm not afraid to say it. I turned 55 and I still don't feel 55.
There you go.
The hike made me feel 55.
Oh, I bet.
The Devil's Bridge, but
Oh, that was cool. I saw a couple of pictures of that.
yeah, it was a
That-
fun
that-
little hike. I surprised my buddy on it. And him being 61, he was a trooper too, and he made it. We're both overweight, but we were definitely feeling it the next day in our calves and legs. It was an awesome hike, and during the week it's so much better. Not as many people.
yeah, it looks like the scenery was even better.
Oh yeah, that's Johnny being from Daytona Beach and never really going anywhere. He said the scenery in Sedona was much better at Devil's Bridge than the Grand Canyon. Well, look, that's something to say. It's funny. We took the train ride up from Williams, and the lady that was talking about the Grand Canyon and all that said her dad called it the Big Ditch. So that's all we call it now, the Big Ditch. Yes, it is, Jeff Gray. Same birthday as you, I saw. All right, Nando takes down the first game.
Yeah, Miguel handed that one back. He had an opportunity. Yeah, it was a little bit of
Yeah,
a
they
longer
both-
shot.
Yep, they both dogged it.
Yeah, but that's to be expected in the first game. We see it all the time. Just those nerves, especially when you get a little bit of a crowd around the table. You got the cameras.
Got a few people coming in.
You anticipated this match all week. I've been in a couple myself. You anticipate it all week, and then when it becomes real, right when you say, "You guys ready for the first break?" That's when it sets in, man.
Yeah, right.
I'm fine when I'm practicing before. Everything's gravy, and then all of a sudden you get down and you're about to take that first break, and you're like, everything I worked for is for this right now.
Your hair stands up on the back of your neck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is what we play for right here. For these moments, to play
Man.
under pressure, under the lights, under the camera.
Pressure's real, man. Anybody
Ooh,
who
look at that. He almost tried to jump it off the table.
yeah.
Said he's going to get the safe break.
Yeah.
Miguel's going to have to push out here.
Yeah, his first break looked pretty good. That one's a little off center. Cue ball bouncing.
I think he hit it too hard.
Yeah.
Tell you who's got a good break at the Magic Rack, and I play him a lot, is Trace Kane.
Oh
He
yeah.
doesn't hit the rack hard. He just hits it square, and he makes balls and gets a good shot on the one.
Yeah.
That's the secret to this table.
He
You don't
does
hit it hard.
does hit that one ball square as ever, right? I've played a few racks with him on this table. He's got control of it. I hear Mitch Ellerman teach that a lot. He says the big problem.
That's who Magic Rack.
Yeah. Mitch says it all the time. He says the big problem with lower rated players is their break stroke is different from like their regular stroke. He's like, you gotta hit the one ball like you're shooting at it.
Yep.
Like, what? That's a
It's
completely different stroke
it's
for
not
me.
a break. It's not a break shot anymore. It's an actual shot.
Mm-hmm.
They've broken it down to where you just get to hit it square. You can control the cue ball. It just looks like they're hitting it super hard. Balls are flying everywhere. Good shot by Nando, navigating that cue ball in between the 6-8 to get a good angle on a three.
I could use some work on my 10 ball break. Obviously, 9 ball's automatic, but I've pretty much got it down where I got to look on the 9. I mean, look on the 1 every time, which I'm happy about. But 10 ball, it seems like I've broke a million times in my life and I still don't got it.
Wow, he's he saw that he was able to float that below the four. I would have probably tried to hold it, play the four on the side, but he recognized he could get below it, punch it out to the center of the table. It's actually a good shot, Fernando.
What's going on, Jerry? Yeah, no, well, that'll work. So I saw some. I didn't get a good look at it. I saw something earlier. Were you guys playing earlier? Was somebody playing earlier?
Oh, I just jumped up to hit balls for a minute, but yeah, Mandy and Philip came up and played Scott and Connie to kind
Oh,
of fill in because the undercard canceled.
no, how'd that
They're
go?
like, "We'll give you something to stream." I'm like, "Sure, throw it up there." They were playing for steak dinner.
Oh,
And Scott and Connie said, "Yeah, Denny's steak dinner." And Mandy's like, "I didn't know Denny's had steak."
that's true.
So, and then Scott was like, "Yeah, we got the bill. It was like $42 for the two of us." Mandy's like, "Damn, that $84."
Yeah, not bad.
But yeah, they had fun, and Mandy and Philip won 9-5. They just warmed up for tomorrow. 1100 under Scotch double, 9 ball, and the 9 footers.
Okay.
$100 entry, $20 green fee, $30 winner take all, $50 side pot, and $100 lasts longer than Scott and Connie. Basically, $100 winner take all, but we're calling it the Scott and Connie.
Oh, there you go.
Technically, they are defending champions of the last 1100 under on the 9 footers, but it was 10 ball. This time it's 9 ball. Hondo's looking pretty solid here.
Yeah,
Starting off good again.
he's looked good so far. I know we touched on nerves a little bit, but outside of that small mishap in the first rack, he's actually looking pretty good over the ball right now. Um, you can kind of tell when someone expects the ball to go in versus somebody that hopes it goes in because they're wishing it.
Well, that and how clean the ball goes in the pocket. If it's going center pocket, they're on point. Nando goes up 2-0 right out of the gate. Nando's a big, good front runner. You don't want to let him get out ahead too far.
Yeah, we've seen it before.
Hand me my Sprite,
Yeah.
please. Thank you. Once again, thanks to our Friday night fight sponsors. One Loan. If you're looking for any equity out of your house to do some projects around the house, check out Fee Lee with One Loan. Or you're looking to buy your first residential or commercial property, check him out and he'll try to help you out. And then also we got Mike Gwynn, Realty One Group. He's always a big supporter of the Arizona pool community. Any question you may have on buying or purchasing a house or anything, get with him. He'd love to help you.
I believe my brother went through them to get a house.
Oh, really? Did they get it?
I believe they did.
Nice. Good for him. Well, there's the break he was looking for last time.
Yeah, looks pretty similar to the first one he had. Not as many
balls.
balls.
Because he's dead straight in and he's jacked up. You may want to hit rail first on this one to get over for the two. Might be more beneficial than to try to just slow roll this in and play safe on the two. Actually get out from here. Play rail first. Think he's gonna
Oh,
try to
he's looking
jack
at
up
you.
and spear it in.
Wow, that's asking a lot out of it. Oh, yeah.
Wow, what a shot!
Yeah. Tough to
He's
judge
able to
from
get
there.
underneath it.
Yeah. Tough to judge from there, but he did it well.
Hit it the best he could and got the great result with stop the 6 ball stopping the cue ball. Trying to see if the 3 goes by the 6. If it does, he could have a break and run here.
We're starting that already, huh?
I'm telling you, he's looking
Yeah,
confident.
he does look confident, and it's very possible. But
Someone asked me today or tonight that who called out who, and I actually don't know. If Miguel called out Fernando or Nando called out Miguel. But nonetheless, it's definitely going to be a good match.
when you told me, I like this matchup here. A lot of people are favoring Fernando in this matchup, but I think
Oh,
when you know Miguel
and
as
he's
well
getting
as we
away with
do,
it.
it's I
Miguel's no slouch.
no
He's a grinder.
no.
If Fernando does jump out to a big lead, I don't see it being a problem for Miguel to catch back up.
And I don't think, I've seen and heard two or three, no, well, maybe more than that. A few people really pulling for, or really thinking that Fernando's going to run away with this thing, but I don't think that's because of how Miguel plays. I think it's how Fernando's done in his last two Friday night fights. I think they're just looking at that, saying he's done well under the lights, he's done well under the pressure. I wouldn't say Miguel's outmatched by any means. What I've been hearing, I don't think that at all.
Well, I'm going to say this. Nando has a slight edge, and there's two big reasons. One, he doesn't get mad anymore. He doesn't lose his temper like he used to. He would bang on the table and he would get mad. And I'm like, you can't do that. You're not going to make every ball. You've got to stop and get rid of that anger issue. So he's gotten better on that. And then he's shooting the right shots. Like that 5 ball where he snuck up behind the 7 ball in the
Yeah,
first game. He didn't try to take on a cross bank and try to get position on the next ball. He played safe.
yeah.
So he's improved. His Fargo may not say he's improved because I don't think he plays many tournaments lately. He's all been gambling lately. So
Yeah.
I don't think his Fargo is caught up to his actual potential and performance.
No, I agree. I got to watch a little bit of him in the last matchup he had, and
Like he
I
used to get him unglued a lot.
really,
Yeah.
no,
And it would cost them matches. And I'm like, you got to stop that.
well been
And
there.
he's done tremendous with it. So I commend him on that one. Not going to get away with that one. Miguel played a good safety. Pretty much got ball in hand. The 5 goes past the 7.
Does it?
Yeah, but he's probably going to push down below the 5 and shoot the 5 in the same pocket as the 4.
Yeah, the angle to do it. I couldn't tell from there.
Yeah, he can just roll up the center table, play the 6 on the side. This is pretty simple out here. Just got to control the speed of the cue ball.
Watching you play a little bit of one pocket lately, Tim. Is that
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, okay.
I can play the game. I just can't play the game for long.
Really?
Too much up and down for me.
Yeah. I don't like the I don't like when they start pushing
And
balls
I
into a
actually get
wedge.
bored. No, I get bored with it sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, when you played as long as I have and competitively for as long as I have, I don't know. Sometimes I get a little bored with the game.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nobody's
there's
gonna
not
do.
much else you can do when you break and run 7 racks of 8 ball.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, nobody's gonna shoot a shot you haven't seen before.
Right. I mean, I'm pretty much, well, that's the funny part of the game. It's just when you think you've seen it all, you see some new stuff and new shots and new things happen and crazy things that happen. Whether it's one pocket, whether it's 8 ball, 10 ball.
Yeah.
All right, Miguel looking like he's going to get on the board with this 10 ball.
Good speed control there to go from the 9 to the 10. That's a lot harder than
I
it looks.
I actually like watching one pocket
Do you?
because I understand the game. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's funny. Trace and I were watching Roberto and Shane in the Buffaloes tournament, and Trace was trying to tell me that Shane was going to shoot this shot, crossing this 12 ball, and the cue ball is going to go up and down. I'm like, no, it's not. The cue ball's not even going to hit the end rail. Of course, he crossed it, never hit the end rail. Then he was going to shoot another shot. Trace said he's going to cut the 5 ball in and run into the 14. I said, no, he's going to bank the 14 2 rails and pull it back. Sure enough, he did that. So I said, see, if the pros are doing exactly what I'm commenting on, then I know one pocket.
Yeah.
To play, it's a different story.
Yeah.
It can be tough. But 2-1, we got action. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. 47 viewers for the start. I see this getting over 100 for sure.
Oh yeah.
Well,
It's
look
early.
at that. The 1 and the 8 were going to the pocket. Both decided to say no. Got safe break, and I don't know if Nando's going to push or if he's going to go ahead and jump this. What would you do? Do you jump at this?
Yeah. I'm pretty good.
8's close enough to the pocket.
I think jumping's one of the stronger parts of my game. I like jumping this.
Yeah, Nando's going for his jump cue.
I don't think
So
you
I
can
don't see
really
it being too much of a problem.
I don't think you can really push here. I mean, I don't see anything that isn't going to be.
Push to a better jump,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you can do, and there's really not. This isn't too difficult.
No, you get over that 6, you're fine.
Oh, are you gonna get a roll, or are you gonna get stuck behind the 9? Nope. Ah, I can see it.
Can he?
Yeah, I can see
Oh,
all of
man.
it. Just happened to roll over. Now can it get back down table?
Isn't that funny how the cue ball will be traveling on a direct line from your next object ball, pass a ball, and somehow you get hooked?
Yeah.
How does that happen? I do not
A
understand.
little bit of the cloth, the way it's pulled, that has a lot to do with the cue ball, the way it's rolling when it's on a slow roll, coming off like a shot. Look at
Yeah.
it. Good shot. Can we see a break and run yet?
Oh, here we go again.
Oh no, this wouldn't be a break and run anyways. Miguel broke. Table run.
Yeah.
Wow. Good shot selection there. Now you just got to figure out, does he want to draw it up table? The 4 goes past the 7, right? You're looking right
Yeah.
down the line.
Yeah, he's got a full pocket for it.
I think it would be just pretty simple to just pull it up about 2 diamonds. Yeah, risky. Got away with it.
Yeah.
Got away with it. He got the line that he needed to be able to make it too, but he's not going to be able to do much. I think he's just got to try to stop the cue ball right there, right?
Yeah, take a tougher shot on the 5.
Maybe try to force the cue ball to the rail, looking like it a little.
Yeah, I don't want to be shooting that
I
5
didn't
ball
like
from
that.
the rail.
Well, gonna give Miguel a good opportunity here. Try to tie it up, make it 2-2 in this long race to 21.
Which pocket do you think that 6 ball's going in, Tim?
What happened?
So which pocket? Oh, never mind. Change that whole conversation. I was gonna say, which pocket do you think the 6 is gonna go in? And then he misses the 4, moves the 6, and the 7's gonna go down before bring that pocket into play.
Right. Well, he's got to figure out what the 4 is going to do after he makes his 7 ball. I think it's going to go up to the top rail. Yeah, come off. Hit that a little too hard. But he's got an option. He can play this 4 in the bottom left-hand corner. Get to the side rail and bounce out for the 5. Yep, he's called it. I don't think he'll scratch from here, but wow, really good shot and good speed. Perfect on the 5. I'm going to say the 6 goes in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, now it makes more sense.
He may pull it up too far. Never know. Adrenaline starts going,
Yeah, yeah.
after a good shot like that, and you got straight, and you're supposed to be out from here,
Oh, those are the worst.
right?
I would rather lose to my opponent banking a full length table ball in than me losing on a.
Yeah, well,
I would rather lose on a slopped in 9 ball than have ball in hand with a 3 or 4 ball out, knock it out.
right. I think we touched on that last time.
Yeah.
It's worse to lose that way. Ball in hand, you can't get out with 3 balls, 4 balls.
That's the most discouraging thing in the world.
Yeah. Nando's looking solid. Like the way he's walking the table, looking at his angle, making sure he's okay. Should be able to come around this 10 ball.
Yeah, the timing between his shots seems pretty consistent, which I like a lot.
That's what this game is about. Consistency in everything you do.
Oh, good shot there.
Yep. Perfect speed. Right in line. Gonna be tough to beat. Keeps playing like this. But it is a long way to 21.
Yeah.
Center pocket.
A lot of factors involved.
No
Fatigue.
hanging up there.
We've seen it a few times. Fatigue comes into play, or sometimes you get a little complacent when you get up. Maybe you get a little bit more aggressive. But if he, like you said, if he stays on track like this,
Gonna be tough to beat.
yep.
For sure. What you got planned for the weekend?
Not a whole lot, man. We finally got everything moved out of my dad's shop, and I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do with my time. Almost feel like I'm unemployed now. I don't.
You got 1100 under tomorrow. Scotch double, 9 ball, and the 9-footers. Find a partner.
I may have to do that.
Well, you need a 466,
A
465.
466. Yeah. Yeah, you got that
You
right.
still a 634?
Yep. Yeah. 16,000 games and it doesn't move much.
Yeah, any 466 that wants to try to carry this guy.
Oh, I don't recommend it. But yeah, I'll throw the offer out
1100
there.
and under. 9 ball and the 9-footer. Race to 9.
Maybe you can teach me a thing or two.
Starts at 11. Doors are actually open at 9 a.m. tomorrow. They got a big steel tip dart tournament next door.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mess told me. We'll be here at 8:45.
Those dart players have fun, man.
Oh yeah, they're drinkers. Well, he's got a tough shot here on the 1. I don't think he can get to it. Maybe if he goes 3 rails around all those balls and gets past the 4 ball. But that's the only way he's going to get there. That's the way he's going.
Yeah, I think that's the only way. I just talking about hitting
I'm
between.
trying to see if I think he's got to hit just below the side pocket.
Yeah, I was about to
On
say
the right
between
side,
the
I
4 and
don't
the side
think
pocket
he can
over
get
there.
above the side pocket and still
Yeah.
get around the 4. The 4 is the key ball. All those others, you can get around. This is it. Yeah, it was tough.
Yeah.
Super tough. Yeah, he almost had to go down about a diamond below. But then you have to worry about the 10 ball. So good safety by Miguel, and I think he's going to try for a 3 foul here. They are playing 3 foul. Going to bank this 1 ball down table and got to get that cue ball on the 9 ball.
Yeah.
If you can get it on that 9 ball, it'd be a pretty good opportunity.
Say these are the subtleties
That could work.
Yeah, maybe.
That could.
These are the subtle parts of the game that really keeps Miguel in this match. He's good at those. He's good at all the weird things too.
Right. Well,
good at the 3 foul.
he
Good
knows
at the
how to play
kicks.
safe,
Good at
and
the
he knows the
bangs.
value of safety.
Yep.
He's not a 594 by coincidence.
No.
That's the beauty of this match here too. It's only 22 points that separate them. They're pretty much closely even match. Fargo says otherwise, but we like to think it's an even match. Oh, he's on 2, and he can have a good opportunity to put him on that 4 ball.
Where are you going with the 1?
I'm banking the 1. 1, 2 rail just past the 8 and try to put it on the 9 ball.
Love that.
And lock him on that 4 ball. It's all about the speed, though.
You came up with that quick. Whenever I'm trying to get the 3rd foul, man, I look like a, I don't know.
Well, he could bank it down to this bottom rail and bank it up by the 5 and stick him on the 4 ball.
Yeah, I always look at, like, whenever I try to get that 3rd foul, I always look at everything I can possibly do to take away as many rails as possible.
That actually is a little bit easier. The only problem is you're giving Nando a good opportunity to follow the 1 ball. You know what I'm saying? If he banks this down to the bottom round up by the 5 and 9, Nando can kick at it the same way. I like what I said, banking it 2 rails, just missing the 8, banking over by the 9. He's looking like he's going to float it somewhere, try to get it past the 6.
Yeah.
Or he's going to shoot it into the 10. I don't know here what he's looking at.
He's coming up with something. The fact that he's thinking is.
I actually see it. He's going to miss the 6, bank the 1, miss the 6, bank it into the 3, 10, and land the cue ball on the 4 ball. Then you've got all those balls. Basically replace the 3 ball with the 1 ball. You see it?
Oh, yeah.
He's looking at what I had called in the beginning 2 rails. I think this is so much easier. Bank it 2 rails over there. You can lock him on the 4. That's okay, but I would have liked them banking it into the 3 ball and putting the cue ball on the 4. He would have had him trapped really good. This way, he left room to where he can spin around this with English. Should be able to hit this. Just wants to hit it like that.
That's on the little TV over here, not the big one. I thought there was one on. Oh, yeah.
Not a bad shot. Good speed.
Well, ticker starts back at 0. What about you, Timmy? Obviously, you got that tournament this weekend. What's your plans for the week? Nothing outside of that?
No, just got the 1100 under. Oh, boy, Miguel needed that foul last shot. He's smiling. He's like, dang, I needed that.
You remind me what the entry is again for that 1100?
120 or $200 all in. Well, 200 and then there's the $100, so $300 all in. Oh, he was going for the 10 ball. I think he's gonna let Miguel shoot again. Nope, he's going for it. Play the right side of the 2, right? Send the cue ball at the 10.
Yep.
Yeah, it's $120 entry, $30 winner take all, $50 side pot, and $100 lasts longer than Scott and Connie. So basic would be 120. Uh-oh. Nope. 2 ball. Gonna have to play the 2. You actually want to play it off the 10, get the 10 out of there. This way you can get shape on a 3 and just run out. It's not hard. Everything's laying pretty good.
Was a 10 play in the side? I mean,
it can.
I'm not saying from here. I just mean like, is it?
Yeah, okay. He can play the 2. If he leaves a 10 there, he can draw off the 3 into the 10, maybe. But that's risky.
Well, I'm just saying.
I just think it's simple just to play the out, play the 2 off the 10.
Yeah.
Then you can shoot the 3. Oh, we're gonna see a 310 now.
Ooh.
We're gonna see a 310 now.
Didn't see that one coming, Tim.
Yeah, all you do is stop the cue ball. I guess he wanted to get even with it, but I would have just stopped it. He'd been all right.
Man, Nando's looking at it.
Oh yeah, I would be.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just got to be a
Unless you're
low.
mad at your money.
No. Feels like I am sometimes.
We all get that way sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, this is what Nando's like, and
Speaking of mad at my money, I'm gonna get back out there soon.
yeah, who you gonna match up with? You gonna play Nando? Oh, look at this.
Oh, there
Yeah,
it
why
is.
don't you challenge Nando? I think that'd be a good one for you and him. But
Yeah.
I don't think you can beat him.
Oh, there you go. All right.
I'm stirring it up.
Yeah, you're already getting it.
Oh, I'm gonna tell Nando right now. Hey, he's taking a winner.
Well,
Maybe on the next break. I'll let you off the hook now.
yep, yep. Not opposed to it. I like his game. Man. If he plays any way like he's playing right now, I can't beat him like
I
this.
honestly think you and him would be a great matchup. I mean, maybe you could break his record because he is undefeated. Oh, let's see what kind of break he lays down this time. Oh, keeps jumping that cue ball. Almost getting it off the table.
Yeah,
Hitting it too hard. I'm telling you.
he's had two really good ones, and then he's had a couple that have gone a bit astray.
I'm telling you, Trace Kane has got the best break on this table with the Magic Rack. The 615. Look at this. Snuck right through. What do you do here? Do you play the one off the 6? Does it go?
It's a little funny. The 6 is a little farther forward than you'd prefer, but I think it does if it's not.
You cross the
not at
1 and
pace.
call the 6. Run this cue ball into the 7. I think he just called the 6.
I think he's calling. I think he's calling the 1 here. I think if you play with pace, it comes a little short. I think you got to let a little off of it. Let it kind of push through the 6 a little. Oh no, he's
Oh,
just
he's playing safe.
Oh.
Okay, I thought he said 6. He said safe. That was a great safety.
Yeah, that'll play.
Yeah. Miguel's got one small window. Got to kick in between the 3-9. He's got to go up between the 8-10. Does have a chance at making contact.
Yeah,
And he's jacked up over the 6. Going 2 rails. I like this. A little bit easier from where he's at. Oh, but
yeah, for lack of a better word, that safe was pretty sexy there, Tim.
it was a really good shot. Maybe he learned something. Huh?
Yeah.
All right, should just go back and forth, get straight in on the 2 as best he can.
I know you guys can't really see it on the camera too well because we're kind of pointed down, but a little bit of a crowd around the pit. This is a pretty popular matchup.
Oh
I
yeah,
like that.
the people that have been wanting to see this.
I've seen.
That's for sure.
Oh yeah, myself included. I was fired up when you told me.
Next week's going to be a good one. The undercard is going to, I think, might be a little bit better than the main card.
Oh yeah.
The undercard is George Bell and Bobby Thomas, race of 15 and 8 ball.
Bar box, obviously.
Yes, bar box. Next week will be all bar box. And then the main card is going to be Nico Graw and Dara, your buddy, our friend. I think they're playing a race to 21 for 2,000 in the middle. George and Bobby, I think, are only doing 1,000. They may up it a little bit more, but they are playing 8 ball. So we're going to see a race to 15 and 8 ball.
That's a good shot there.
That is January 6th. I mean, June 6th. January 6th.
Why are we talking about January, Tim?
I don't know. June 6th. June 13th, we have an undercard, but we need a main card matchup. So if you got anybody in mind, Justin, you want to play? Or are you going to take on the winner of these guys?
I'm on the fence. I don't think I've played Fernando before. I mean, obviously, maybe once or twice in tournaments, but I'm not opposed to that. I've also
You want a shot at Angel? I know that.
do.
I think you and him on a bar box would be a lot bigger and
Yeah,
better matchup.
yeah.
But we'll see. The big matchup, June 27th. Avery Reese and Angel, talking about Angel, are going to be playing a race to 17, 9-ball on the spot with the break box for 12,000 in the middle. That's going to be a really good one. And I believe we have an undercard. I believe George Bell is going to play Howard Taylor. They're going to get up behind the 8. I think so.
Wow, good speed there
Yeah,
for
really
Fernando.
good shot.
He's
Good
played a
shot
few
selection.
saved. Saw one in the.
I'll be right back.
Miguel looking at everything here, looking for the highest percentage hit on this 5. It's usually pretty quick with these. He usually calculates this real quick. Tells me it's a pretty good save.
All right. What did I miss?
Well,
Miguel hit the 7 instead of the 5.
Yep, he kicked and missed at it, and looks like Nando's trying to maybe steal one on a 3 foul. This is a runnable rack though. Oh no, he's going that way with it.
I was gonna say this is a runnable rack.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting going at that pocket from there. He had a few options, but he wanted to hold it for the 6 on the side. That'll play.
Made it look easy. I mean, taking the simple approach.
Yeah.
Minimal cue ball movement. Making the game look easy. That's the trick. Dara is playing Nico Grawl. Growl or Graw. I thought it was Graw. Nico.
Say G.
Nico, I want to say is a 480 or 490. I have to look him up. It's gonna be a good match.
I'd like to see new players hop in the box. I wish there was more of that. It's not that it gets repetitive, but it definitely see a lot of the same faces over and over. It's nice to see a different style of game or a different player kind of step up and see what they do in the limelight. Nico hasn't played yet, has he?
Nope.
Yeah, this will be his first one.
Could go around 2 rails, bottom English. Question is, you gonna stay above the 10 or below it? Gonna stay below it. That's the right way to play it. Nice easy cut shot up table. Make this 5-1. But as we've all seen in these long races, this is a long way from over, and
Gosh, what was the score last
it
week?
can change at any time.
What was
It
it?
was up 6-2,
Yeah, 6-2 and
7-3, and then down.
Dar won 10 out of 11 when he was down 6-2, 2-6, I believe. Something
5-1. We still got action. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in and watching. Thanks again, Justin.
Oh yeah.
And I am out of here. Have a good night. See you.
There he is. So I'm actually going to retract on my statement about playing Fernando. Just kidding.
I'll call him out now and tell Nando.
Yeah. Now you make me look like a chicken. No, I'm just kidding. He's playing great pool right now, and I love to see it.
He's definitely playing with a level of confidence that is definitely needed when you're playing these kind of matches too. But Like I said before, he doesn't lose his temper anymore. He finally got over that, and his game has progressed because of it. Nathan Johnson says, "I'll be back, mofo's."
I had a good conversation with him. Was it last night? All right, it was recently. I don't remember if it was last night or the night before or whatever. But had a good conversation with Nate. He's such a good sport, man. I didn't know, but just talking to him, he just sat there and he's nothing but complimentary towards Dara, saying he's grateful for the match and he'd love to do it again. And it fired him up. He's ready to get back in there and try again. But
Well,
a
that's
lot of
good.
times people get a little bitter about losing.
Yeah, discouraged.
Yeah, myself included. But I mean, I was. I think we can all model our attitude after that a little bit. It's really cool to see.
I gotta ask, Justin, how's your tutelage been going?
There's no way we just brought that up. Tutelage.
Had to break the ice.
Jesus. You got me with
That
that
was for Robert Bullitt.
Yeah, you got me with that the first time around.
Look at this. Is he gonna get away with it? I think so. He's tapping the table. Miguel may be able to masse around the 5 ball. Gotta watch that.
Yeah. Looks like we're still centered.
Yeah, we're good. Can he see all of this? Can he see a part of it? Shooting right at it.
Yeah, he got down on it like he could see it. Maybe.
All right, I guess Nando was upset that he left him the shot. Meanwhile, he's coming to the table, gonna have to use his jump cue.
Short stick. Side.
Short stick, huh? That's what you call it.
Wow. Yeah, I got no jokes. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Oh, Nate Berry and Junior Carasosa look like they're matching up.
Nice. Nate's another one. I think I played him in a team event. They had him on a team, and I don't think
Solid 580 something.
Yeah,
Might be 590.
Don't know if his Fargo does him justice. He played very consistent that weekend.
We're gonna get away with it. I think so. No, I don't think Miguel can see all of the one. May
Yeah.
have to do a short masse.
Got better look than I do. Gonna keep peeking at this Diamondback score over here. It's unbelievable. I didn't. Did you have the over and under 12 runs in the first 3 innings? I didn't. Gosh.
That's not a Diamondback, is it?
Yeah, they're wearing the
Oh,
special
the
jerseys.
serpentines. Oh, he was able to see it, but you're not gonna see this 2 ball.
No, this is.
He fell for Nando's trap.
Yeah, he hooked himself worse than Nando hooked him.
Are they gonna kick this 210 in? They are playing early 10 ball. Six in the bottom of the third.
Yep.
Wow. You missed it, huh?
Wow. Looking like a football score here pretty quick.
Almost got it in the side. Got a little bit of a roll, forcing Nando to have to play safe here. Push it to the top rail, try to go to the side rail with the cue ball and get it underneath the 5 or 9. Or do you push the 2 ball past the 5 to the side rail? Send the cue ball all the way down table off the top rail. He's got options.
Yeah, he sure does.
Thank you, Nate. It was Wednesday. I'm officially old now. I can live in a retirement center.
You can go to that pool hall they have out there in Sun City.
Yeah.
What is that place called? It's like a rec center, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bowling alley, and then they've got a couple actually. Look at this. Did he just try to cup that backwards? Wild man right there. Guess he didn't think anything else. Yeah, they got a pretty good bowling alley with like, I think 30 lanes, and then they got like
Really?
30,
Have you been there?
30 tables. Yeah, I've been to the big one. I've been to all of them. The one off
Oh, I didn't know there's more than one.
Scott Easter says, "Thought you were a baseball guy. How could you not see this coming?"
Oh God, here we go. Now Merrill Kelly's been relatively consistent for us, so I just thought it would be a lower run game. He misses the barrel a lot, painting the corners. Just robbed a home run. Wow. Anyways,
6-6. D-backs got action, huh?
yeah, apparently.
And Miguel's trying to keep it close. Trying not to let Nando get too far ahead of him.
Yeah, this will do a number for his confidence. He needs this game pretty bad. I know it's early, but you really don't want to have to fight from that far back.
Well, they're getting almost into their rhythm. Nando seemed to start out pretty quick, but Miguel's starting to get there. As we always say, takes him about 10 games to get comfortable.
I think Miguel's pretty straight here, Tim. He's not too happy about this one.
Oh, he's off the rail enough. He should be able to jack up and spear it in and draw it down a little bit. I don't think he'll get far past below the side pocket.
Yeah, I think about where he's at right now probably isn't the worst
Try
thing.
to force it over past the halfway point of the table.
Apparently he can cheat it a little. Yeah.
Yep, take a little bit longer shot, but you're guaranteed to shoot it instead of trying to make that 9 and force the cue ball down table, and then you end up rattling it.
How much emphasis do you put on the overcut here?
Oh yeah, you're playing to
you're
overcut it.
You're obviously favoring the overcut, but like, how much emphasis do you put on the pocket when you shoot these?
Just like that.
Great shot. Yeah, right.
Just like that.
It's so hard. Sometimes I'm just in between. I'm like, well, you're guaranteed. You cannot undercut it. That's the one thing you can't do.
That was a good recovery by Miguel. He's like, hey, I got one.
Crooked number on the board, Tim.
Oh, that's what you call it, huh?
Oh, yeah. Both shooters remains busy on Friday nights.
Oh yeah, this is early.
Yeah.
I anticipate it to be big. I don't know if the steel dart tournament's going on tonight or starting tonight.
Yeah, regardless, you just get that Friday afternoon, Friday evening
got,
crowd that
they got the Scotch doubles, APA Scotch doubles league going on that takes on like 12 tables now.
Yeah, that's the league my brother's in. Had to get that shot in there.
Good shot by Miguel. Playing the two rail safety. Leaving an edge though. Nando's should be able to bank this up table. Try to get the cue ball underneath the 3 if he can. Might not. Might only be able to see the slight edge.
Did you ever get caught up in the APA world, Tim? I think I've asked you this before.
Oh yeah, I played it when it was Bush Light.
What?
Yeah, it was called Bush League before it was APA.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
They literally called
it 1991. I was 21 and it was called the Bush League.
My goodness.
Yeah, I am officially old. Now you're just calling me out, aren't you?
See, I already knew the answer. I just want to hear you say it.
Yep, APA, I think, came around in 92 or 93.
Wow.
It might have been 91, and I just caught the end of the Bush League. Yeah, Bush beer. That's like a step up from your PBR, I think.
It's I would call it more of a lateral move.
Of
It's not good. I mean, I don't mind it.
course not. Of course you do now because they raised the price on you.
Yeah, no,
50 cents.
yeah,
You
I'm
might go broke now.
seriously. It adds up. I
Oh, good shot. Hold on, 3 ball. Gonna
yeah,
have to bank it.
like the bump shape there. Just a little bit too far with that 3.
He's a
But
good one pocket player, though. He should be able to
yeah,
bank this in, actually.
this isn't his first straight back bank. Oh,
Nope.
no.
He says, no, I'm playing safe, Tim.
Oh, is he gonna
I
get
don't
under?
know how to spell one pocket right now, but he knows how to play safe or spell safe. It's easier to play safe than to run out, anyways.
That is true. Until you're playing a 375 and they kick out and run out on you.
Sounds like Stacia did that too.
Oh yeah. That's probably about her Fargo. That's funny. It's funny to see her get excited. Her Fargo will move up 1 or 2 points. She'll go from like a 372 to a 373. She's like, I'm going up. And I'm like, I remember when I used to get that excited about
Right,
it. You know?
right. I think we're gonna see him play safety here. Clip the left side of the 3, bring the cue ball down underneath the 10 and the is that the 7 and 8? That's what I would do. He may go for it. May play aggressive. We may try to lay the cue ball up underneath the 5. No. Well, that'll work.
Yeah, does he have an edge of that 3?
He may, but he may be able to play this combo.
It's kind of what I was thinking.
He can overcut the 3.
Yeah, the 7's further off the rail than the 3, so you'd have to be a little creative with it. Or overcut it, like you said.
Play to overcut it. Just not sure what he's going to do with the cue ball.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
How'd
I
he
thought
hit
it was
that ball?
makeable.
How did he hit that ball?
He hit it perfect and got the right speed. Now you just draw this over to the side rail to try to get straight in on the 4.
Yeah, get his
You
full.
don't want to go forward and try to get above the 4.
Yeah, get it
Too tight of an angle between the 6 and 8.
like that.
He's gonna try it. No, he's gonna draw it. I thought he was gonna go.
Oh,
He still wants to get above it. Easier to get to the 5. That was a really good shot.
yeah,
Recognize that he could really draw it.
he's able to get a little bit more angle with the pace he played that. Good shot.
Those are the shots you recognize that your opponent's shooting. And you're like, all right, I'm in trouble because he's shooting that with confidence,
Yeah, I sure
knowing
did.
exactly where the cue ball's going, playing the actual right side of the ball.
Go out on a limb and say Fernandez put a little. Obviously, he's playing well. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's put a little preparation on this into this match and specifically on this table. Wow, look at that ball roll off.
Yeah, hit the spot.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
I was like, hey. I know the table tends to roll towards the bar just a
Does
teeny
have
bit,
a small
but not
roll.
that much.
No, I saw it. I was watching it hit the spot. Of course, it's got a big divot in the middle of it. Go for it. Oh, he tried to hit the edge, giving Fernando ball in hand. Very fortunate roll there, Fernando.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with Joe Carminati on that one and say maybe pull the glasses down for that one. That was a thin hit from there.
Oh, don't go too far.
I was just about to
He's like, pump the brakes.
Oh yeah. I was just about to say his speed control when he's kind of done that straight back shot across the table has been really good. That one almost got away, but should be just fine.
He wanted to play it in the bottom left. He
Yeah.
may still Nope, going same pocket of the 6. Going to send the cue ball 3 rails around.
Kind of surprises me. This other corner's harder, and you're really not jeopardizing shape going in this bottom left corner. Back cutting's a bit of a blind pocket.
It is a blind pocket, but it's automatic shape. So all you have to do is focus on the cut. You don't have to worry about the cue ball.
Yeah. Yeah. If you hit
See
them
what I
like
mean?
that.
You hit it with the right speed, it's automatic shape.
Yep.
Your focus is nothing but the object ball, the 8 ball.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Looks like he's going to. It almost looked like he lined up for the side there.
Yeah, he's going in the side. He just wants to double check.
Tend to go in the sides a little bit. You know, we've mentioned a few times the side pockets aren't shimmed like they are on the corners on this table. They're not tighter than any other table in the
No, they
room.
play like a 4.5-inch pocket.
Yeah.
So I think they may be 4 3/4 on the side pocket.
Yeah. They don't play tighter, so I tend to play towards the side, especially when I have a full pocket.
Good out by Nando. And we'll be right back with you. All righty, here we go.
Another Nando break.
Oh, first scratch. I really need to come up with those prop bets. First scratch, first break and run, first missed ball in hand,
Yeah.
first scratch with ball in hand.
Oh yeah.
Who hangs the 10? Who scratches on the 10? Who jumps first? Who gets ball in hand first?
I like the first, good one. So you can bet on personalities a little bit. I like the first wave of apology when they accidentally hook you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? One of those.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Good speed by Miguel.
Here's Joe Massey over here at the scratcher machine. It's kind of funny. He's begging.
All right. Big game for Miguel here. With Nando scratching on the break, and this is wide open rack.
Yeah, this looks good. These are the ones you beg for, are you?
Well, this is one you need to punish your opponent for.
Yes.
Put pressure on it, because if you don't, guess what? Your opponent's going to smell blood. He's going to smell weakness.
Absolutely. I think so too. I think there's two elements to it. There's it does a number for your confidence getting out. You prove to yourself you can do it, and you can kind of roll that over into future racks. And then also, yeah, you got to show your opponent you can get out. You got to show them that you're here to play.
Yeah.
Put a little pressure.
Like you can put pressure on them by getting out here.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, even though it only make it 6-3, the added pressure, if you can break it and win the next game, that pressure starts to mount. You can start to see players crack under that pressure.
Oh, big shot here. This is key to this rack. Are you playing the 8 in the side after this, letting the cue ball travel around the table a little bit?
If he's banking this ball,
really?
I don't know if he's going to cut it or bank it.
He's a better banker than I am. I always look at the cut there.
Yeah.
Good shot.
That's the bank shot, yeah. Just like that. Cue ball comes around natural, and that's a really good shot. And now he can shoot the 8 and float the cue ball above the 9. Play the 9 in the side next. Or if he gets perfectly straight in, he can play it in the corner. But he definitely wants to make this 8 and send the cue ball above the 9 ball.
Yeah.
Or to bounce off the rail.
Priority 8 ball. Make sure that thing goes down.
Yes, most definitely.
I try to roll it.
No, I would have floated it.
Yeah, I think so
Use
too.
a little bit of bottom, cut the 8-ball, and then just float the cue ball over.
Yeah, I like that too.
Gonna give Nando a bank shot. I think it goes. Usually he's calling safety, but I think he could have used a little bit of inside to make this ball.
Those slow rolling cut shots are always a little tougher, and I always feel like they're always a little thicker. Seems like that friction on the cue ball tends to hold the object ball a little bit more of that speed versus cutting it. More of a glancing blow when it cuts.
Trying to get underneath the 10. That's not a bad shot. Leave it out in the middle of the ocean, as they like to call it.
Is that what they like to call it? I mean, I'm hearing this for the first time from you, Tim. The middle of the ocean?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's in the middle of the table.
Yeah, I mean, I
Big
don't.
blue felt. I mean,
No,
why wouldn't you call it middle of the ocean
I did.
on a 9-footer?
I can dig it, dude. That was my first time. I like it. I am going to put that one in my repertoire. It's already there. Bang.
Come up short. Take a chance when you do that, playing it that way. I would have liked to seen him play it a little firmer. Get the cue ball down here, so if you miss it, he leaves Nando a character builder.
You know, one of the things you told me a couple years ago, and there's two
Who was
parts
that?
of it.
I did?
Yeah, you told me. I think I was a little bit newer than the 9-foots, and I'm not talking specifically this table. I was a little bit newer than the 9-foots, and then you've seen my game enough. I'm a big roller of the cue ball sometimes. Not as much anymore, but I was a big roller of the cue ball. I like to roll the ball and finesse balls in. And you had kind of came up to me and you told me, you're like, if you shoot that ball with a little bit of pace and you miss, it doesn't hang up.
Yep.
I started doing that in the 9-footers. I saw a lot more success with a little bit of pace. Yeah, it might tighten up the pocket from time to time, but I'm not saying that's always the right thing. You want to open up the pocket shooting balls down the rail and stuff, but it actually helped my game out a little bit when I had kind of an iffy shot and tried to roll it in and then left a 3-ball out from a hanging ball.
Yeah, if you hit it with just low pace and you do miss it, you might get lucky and it roll out, roll onto the rail. I mean, kind of like what just happened here. He missed the ball and
exactly.
kind of doubled out.
Yeah,
he got away with it.
Yeah, you roll that ball, you're dead.
Well, I'm pretty sure Nando did want to shoot this 10-ball on the side if he made the 9.
Go out on a limb and say you're right. But
get the right speed here. All right. Character builder coming up. Just off the rail a little bit. It's got to put top English, so you've got to go up table and back down table.
This is how much of a chicken I am. I'm not even shooting. I'm just banking this 9-ball back down here by the 10.
I would cross it to the top of the rail.
Would you?
Yeah, just bank it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that too. And then it gives you a chance to maybe get back over here by the 10.
Bank it over to the top of the middle of the top rail and have the cue ball come straight down.
Yeah, I like
easier shot than to have to try to make this and send the cue ball all the way down.
Definitely a few options here. He doesn't have to take this ball on. Oh.
That might not be good enough. I was going to say it might work, but this is not a gimme shot right here. Cutting this 9-ball into the pocket, getting the cue ball to come down.
Yeah.
Are you trying to get it to come across the 10, or are you trying to hold it onto that?
I'm coming
the left side of the 10.
I'm coming across. I feel a little bit more comfortable with that.
He's going top English with spin.
Really?
Yep.
That
he's going 3. Oh no!
I just cued a little higher.
Yeah.
Dipped his cue.
Okay. I swore it looked like he was going to spin it 3 rails. He might have been better off now.
Kind of interesting, you know.
I've got a good.
Yeah, he was cueing
that good.
He was cueing maybe center, maybe just above center, and then dropped his tip as he stroked it.
Yeah, that was a little strange.
I think he does that. I think I have noticed that from him. I just does seem a little.
All right, 7-2.
Nice confident stroke on the 10, letting that cue ball loose a little bit.
Yeah, I like shooting
7-2.
it like that myself.
Oh yeah, I do too.
That way you don't slow roll a 10 in and hang it up. All right, 7-2. Who do you like from here?
I'll tell you what, I mean,
Gotta say Nando, right? Because he's looking solid.
yeah, I mean, general consensus coming into this was, at least that's what people said. But gosh, still like Miguel. I just don't think we've seen him quite comfortable enough yet. We've seen him miss a few shots. Fernandez put a lot of pressure on him though. He's playing well.
Oh, got a ball on the break. Still not getting a shot on the one, so he's missed hitting the rack. He's not getting the cue ball to come straight back to him. That's the other key when you're breaking is talking to what you said earlier. You're not hitting it hard anymore and hope something goes in.
Yeah.
You're actually hitting it like a shot.
Yeah.
So you're hitting the one ball. You're supposed to stroke it like you're drawing the cue ball straight back to you.
Yep.
You don't think of it as a break shot anymore. It's an actual shot on in the game. But not many people will practice the break. You see him practice everything else, but you don't see him practice with the bridge. You don't see him practice the break. Like actually pay attention to what the cue ball is doing when you're after you're hitting the one ball.
I will say, I think there's just a certain maybe like dopamine effect of seeing balls hit the back of the pocket or something. You know, people like to see that. People like to shoot. People like to feel accomplished by running a few balls. But practicing breaking, I've done it. It is one of the lesser fun things I've ever done in my entire life. I mean,
tough.
sitting there racking them, break,
But that's the
racking them,
discipline
break.
you have to have.
Oh, absolutely. But
if
man,
you want to be consistent,
it's
you
just
got to be disciplined. Look at this. He called that.
he sure did.
Wow, what a shot.
Yep, yep.
Went right in between that 8-10. Jump, bank, in the pocket. Now can he get out from here?
Yeah.
Three ball had no pocket.
That is
Three ball may go past the 4, but it'll be tough to get it up there with this angle. He may have to play safe on the 3 if he makes this 2. He might be better off playing safe on this 2 now. Yeah, I didn't like it. Didn't like it.
it's always going to be tough.
All right, Miguel's got to tighten up here. I feel Nando gets to that halfway point before Miguel gets to 5. Miguel could be in trouble.
Something about those 2-digit. No,
Oh, he missed again.
that cue ball is wrong.
Wow. I don't know. Maybe that rolled off because he did slow roll that.
He did.
But he may have just misaimed it. He plays on this table enough, so it's not like he doesn't know the rolls.
My whole thing is, you know, there's
Look out, cue ball.
Yeah, there's missing it because it rolled off, and then he missed that thing by a margin.
Right.
I mean,
like
that was half. He missed it by half a ball. So it either
kind of like the way he's been missing the other ball. So it definitely could be him just the way he's aiming.
yeah, it's
off.
possible.
He's not seeing it proper.
Maybe some jitters. We've all been there. You know.
No, I don't think he has any nerves. If anybody's nervous, I would say Nando would be more nervous than Miguel. Miguel's more accustomed to playing for $500 and $1,000 sets with Eddie and a couple other of the Mexican guys that come in here. So the money is nothing.
I'm scared of all of them. They are all so comfortable on this table.
They are. They're not scared. They like a challenge. Wow, great shot.
Yeah.
Perfect speed. Gonna come out perfect. He can just slow roll this or stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take a little walk, Miguel. That's what you need. Just slow roll a little bit. He can choose whether he wants to play it in the side or in the corner. Side may be a little bit easier. Probably just gonna stop the cue. We'll roll it. I like that.
Can't tell how big the side plays from here. He might go in the corner, but if the side plays big enough, he go
I
there.
think he's playing it in the side. I think it's easier in the side, actually,
Yeah, it's closer.
from that angle. Yeah, he's conflicted.
Oh my.
The corner looks easier too. Either or, he's gonna have shape at a 10. He called the corner. Yeah, we got it down, but hit a little too firm.
Yeah.
Have to bank this.
Little fuller than he wanted to drug the cue ball up a little bit more.
Look at it. Aye.
Yeah.
He says, no bueno.
You don't see this from Miguel very often. You don't see him get frustrated very often. There's a sense
Yeah,
of
that was
frustration there. That was a one stroke on the bank, and then
I think he's frustrated because he left himself the bank. He hit the 9 too hard. He's supposed to just slow roll that up there, but you can't take that chance of it hanging up again like the last game.
kind of hate to see it too. You know, you want to.
Yeah, I guess our viewers are a little bored with it too. We only got 44.
Well, I think Miguel's got to establish something here.
Yeah.
Put a little pressure on Nando. That back arm's got to be pretty loose for Nando being up.
Oh, yeah.
6 games in the first 10.
Melon weakness. There you go. That's a little bit better break.
Yeah. Well, that'll play.
A little bit better control. Got a shot on the 2 ball. No shot at a break and run because of the 5 balls tied up. Pretty sure we'll see someone play safe here. Should be Nando. He's got to make this 2 and send the cue ball back at the cross table and back table.
Yeah. Doesn't want to see any of this 4. Similar shot to what he had earlier.
Yeah.
He
Sure
made
make it. Look out, 4 ball.
an effort to make sure he didn't miss the 2 ball. He hit it. Well,
if he can't make this 3, he should be able to cross it and send that cue ball over by the 7 ball.
Yeah.
Bank the 3 ball down table. Automatic shape to go right behind the 7. Just got to control the 3 ball. He's calling 2 rails.
That's probably trying to draw it on the 4.
Yep. Use the 4 as a blocker. Force Nando to have to jump at this 3 ball. May kick at it. I don't know. Yay. Look at that. See? Good sportsmanship.
I like it when you do it, Tim.
Hi. You like to see my hand shake, huh? You see me nervous?
I do have shaky hands when I do that. I don't generally have shaky hands. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because I'm real tense trying to grab the ball or what. But
Here comes the jump. Is he gonna get away with it?
it doesn't look like it. So
No,
it's line up to
set
the
up for the
side.
side pocket. Side pocket.
Gosh.
Or the Jim Gaffigan. Hot pocket. Oh, look out.
Never doubt.
Oh, he might be corner hooked here. He might only be able to see an edge.
So I forgot already. Did Scott and Connie win that match or Philip and Mandy?
No, Philip and Mandy won
They
9
won?
to 5.
Really?
Yep.
Nice.
They played pretty good together.
Connie.
They got some opportunities, some unforced, or how do I say it? Lucky opportunities because Connie kept miscuing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was really weird. I've never seen her miscue that much.
Connie is she beat the brakes off me. I played her at Metro last night, but the time before that, she beat the brakes off me, man. I broke her eye, she ran out, and then
She's
she
a
broke
competitor,
and then
man.
made the
She's
one.
a 506 for a reason.
Yeah, broke.
Oh, Nando.
She took like a 110 combo, and it just kept running out. I mean, I played safe on her. She kicked and made the ball and ran out, and I'm like, my goodness, Connie, let's go ahead and chill out, huh? She is a sleeper, I think, based on the 5-game set I played her. But
She's
no,
a competitor.
yeah, I love that.
For sure.
Always generally respectful, and I love that.
All right, Miguel, your turn to shine here, buddy.
It's got to put a little pressure on him. I know I sound like I'm beating a dead horse when I say that, but we've seen enough of these matches where
That was a really good shot right
yeah,
there.
it sure was. He judged that well. Judged
Don't
the
get
angle
straight
well.
in. Don't get straight in. Now he made it rough. Got to try to get to that side rail.
Got to show Nando that you're here to play, man.
Yeah, if not, you're just going to be basically giving him the money. Yeah, he's straight in. Maybe a slight angle. Might get away with it. Nando might cut this in because it looks like it's on the rail. Might be able to spin this in.
Always tough jacking up and playing at that pace on this table. Especially when we don't have the full opening of the pocket to work with.
Oh, he's going to bank the 7. He's calling the side, but he's really playing the cue ball behind the 8.
Yeah, a little just in case call.
Try to get this 7. I don't want to get it right there. You got the 8 to block it, but Miguel pulling out the short stick.
Oh yeah.
7's close enough to the side pocket. He might be able to get this down.
He's such a good kicker. I really don't think I've seen him jump very often.
Yeah. He looked like he might be able to masse.
But all the cool kids are doing it now, Tim. You got to know how to jump in this day and age.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's times when you just have to, man. I mean, there's, instead of 2 rail kicking at a ball, you have a hanging ball and you just have to hop over half a ball or something. It's like, it's automatic. It's easy. Just got to do it.
Oh, I don't think he's going to get away with it. He elected to kick at it. Didn't like to jump, which I'm not sure why. The jump seems a lot easier.
Nah, I don't see him jump very often. Of course, I don't know his game front and back, but from what I've seen over the years that I've known him, jump is like a last resort. Tell you what, Tim, Fernando's playing like he's trying to win or something.
Yeah, very well could be. I mean, you put up $1,500.
Oh,
Then you curse him like that.
yeah.
Good job.
That one's on me, boys.
You never know when this races to 21. Could be a seesaw battle. Who knows? Miguel could go on an 8-2 run and could tie it up 10-10. He's going to struggle with it playing like this.
Little awkward there. Nah, he should be fine. But
yeah, Miguel's no stranger to getting out of line and making the ball and get back in line.
yes, he does that well.
Not scared.
There we go.
Yeah. Stop the bleeding. 8-3. We got action.
Yeah.
Oh, righty. See Miguel, what kind of break he can lay down.
Sounds like Nate Johnson's coming out. Is that what I heard?
Oh, well, I thought his wife and her girlfriend and kids were a cover up, but
Oh,
you're talking about coming out to the bull shooters.
man. I did
Just
not,
kidding, Nate. I love you, buddy.
I did not expect such savagery from
You like that segue?
I like that. Good one. It was the delivery, Tim, that sold it. I mean, you were very very serious. I like
I'm
that.
pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Oh, we might see a 110 carom here.
Oh yeah, right? At least an effort at it.
I mean,
I-
it's actually a good possibility
built-in
because the
safe.
one's going to bank over and then go into the 4 and 6 ball if he hits it right.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost a built-in safe.
He's looking at it.
I didn't hear him call anything.
Yeah, I didn't hear him. I think he's just going to play safe.
I like what you said, though. I really think we obviously don't have the best angle at the table.
Yeah, he was going for it. No,
Alright.
he's going for the safety. He'd been better off just going for the 10
He
and
could've,
getting
yeah.
a safe out of it.
Yeah, based on where that one ball landed, he could have hit that fuller into the 4-6 like you're saying, and gave that 10 ball maybe a little bit of a run. I think.
Gale's got to figure out, can he cut this 2 and send the cue ball into the 3 to bounce it up?
Pretty thin. Spinal.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, how about that
I
first shot?
like it.
Those are the shots we were kind of talking about before
Giving
this
Nando,
match.
giving Nando a little bit of his own medicine.
The creativity and the execution of the shots.
That's
like
one
that.
pocket knowledge right there.
Yeah, love that.
Shooting shots like that. Nando's gonna push this 10 out of there.
Yeah,
Smart shot.
gonna make you earn it.
They are playing 3 foul, so there still is a possibility that Miguel could do that. That could shake Nando a little bit if he gets him on a 3 foul.
Oh yeah.
So not sure what his mind. Yeah. I think he's gonna try to play safe again. Maybe 3 foul him.
Yeah, this is kind of a.
I think he just left in the window there.
He might be able to.
No,
spin
he
and
can
kick
go
it.
go past the 9-10 and kick at the 2.
Yeah.
Little Masse.
Yeah. Really kind of jacking up. Like it might need a little bit.
Yeah, I would call it in the side just in case.
Oh, you got to call it somewhere. That's people ask me about 10 ball all the time. I'm like, it's the number one thing that I see that people don't do enough. Call a ball just in case, because sometimes you hit it bad or good, and you get a look at a ball and you have to forfeit that over to your opponent.
Yep.
'Cause
I don't think Miguel's going to take on this ball. No way he's getting on a 3. Yeah, he said, but I don't like it. No value in making this 2 ball. I think he recognized that, or maybe he just was trying to get to the 3 ball.
Yeah, I figured he was leaving distance, and it was going to be tough to get from the 2 to the 3, even if he missed it. But still, yeah.
Probably was just trying to make the 2 and place and get some kind of shot on a 3 to play safe.
Yeah, I get
Kind
a
of
look.
like what Nando did here. He's going to
Yeah.
have to play safe.
Yeah, I like that. Didn't try to do incredibly too much.
Just stay at the table so
Yep.
you can be in control.
Yep.
That's the more important part. Don't have to make every ball. But you want to be at the table to be able to play the safety instead of have to kick. Taking away the jump, so he's got to kick at this 2 rails. He may kick at this 1 rail.
Despite how simplistic that safety looked, now Nando's safeties are on full display this match, Tim. He's had 4 or 5 real good ones, and then that one's just kind of icing on the cake. And obviously it's pretty standard and straightforward, but he's just the consistency and the execution of the safes that he's coming with. I can see you can see why he's successful.
Well, Nando's no stranger to 1 pocket too, so they both have good knowledge of safety play, and that's why you're seeing here a little bit of back and forth. Good shot by Nando. Wanted to get underneath the 4, but the only problem about pushing balls down table is sometimes you may give your opponent an better opportunity to play a better safety.
Yeah, some of those counter
Right,
saves
got to come
pretty
with
nasty.
something. Got to thin this. I hit that too thick.
Now it's tough to judge how thick you hit it from that distance.
Pretty sure you wanted to hit that thinner.
Kind of a, I think this is the wrong term. But it's kind of a double-edged sword. You want to hit it thin to ensure the safe, but you also want to make sure you don't miss the ball together like it did earlier.
Like he has been.
Yeah. Kind of think that maybe that thought has lingered on him a little bit.
Oh, look out. Nando fell for the trap.
Oop, been there. That's why I've been through a couple sticks in my life.
I think we've all been there, done that.
Yeah.
If you haven't, you're not a real pool player?
No.
Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just saying, if you have not snapped a cue in your life, you are not passionate enough about the game. That's my story.
Oh, that's your story.
Yep.
You're going to stick to it.
Yep. Has nothing to do with my anger management
That's
issues.
your side of things, huh?
Yep.
The way you see it.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I think he can make this 4, but what's he going to do with the 5? Don't think it goes off the 7 in the side. Well, we're going to find out.
Yes, we are.
Cross it. Cross bank the 5.
You know what? This thing might go on the side. I'm going to overcut this thing into the 7.
Well, you can go ahead and try it. Send the cue ball down table so he has a 6 next in case it does go, right?
Yeah. I think it goes. He's calling it.
Yep. So watch the cue ball.
Now.
Watch the cue ball.
Yeah, drawing it back, trying to get safe.
Yep, like I called it.
Good
Play
play.
the 2-way.
Yeah, good play there by Miguel. I think Fernando might be able to see an edge, and if he can't,
Well, it looks
still
like you
tough.
see all of it.
If you can or you can't, it's still a tough spot to be in.
Nice shot by Nando.
Saucy. Love it there, Nando.
A little skip over the 10 ball. Make the 5.
That one, yeah. Stick to the politically correct term and say that one was a good shot. Let me put you on the hot seat for a second, Tim.
Uh-oh.
Come on, man. You're top 10 in Arizona. People would love to see it. When are you hopping in the box, dude?
I don't know. Whenever Eric Charlton wants to play the 8-ball set.
There it is. Bam.
Whenever Eric Charlton wants to play an 8-ball set.
Say less.
I haven't even played 8-ball.
I will call him after this match.
I mean,
so
that's about the only person I really want to play.
I'll call him.
May be able to get Eric Young to get in the box.
There you go. Just say, hey, people are starting to murmur.
Yeah, right.
And saying you're too scared to play Tim. Saying you ain't got the stones, bro. I'll come at it with that approach.
Well, he's got the stones.
Oh, I know, but that's
There's many people that got the stones, but whether they want to get in the box or not.
Yeah, to get them to fork up the cash, you got to insult their ego a little bit. You know what I mean?
Is that what you do?
Yeah, that's how I called out Jack.
Oh.
I got a little tanked one night. Went out
Oh.
on the Facebooks. I said some things I kind of regret, and then we had a match.
Fernando starting to break a little.
Bit of an error there.
God Easter.
Says I quit snapping shafts when I got married and had to explain to my wife I had to buy a new shaft.
I think it's my time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I've had a long week.
Is that the cat?
So thank you everyone. I'll let
Sir?
Justin take it. I think Chuck Perrell is gonna come in and get with him. I got a lot to go, a big weekend, and I am drained. So thank you again, everyone. Thank you, Justin.
Oh.
Let's see you when we see you.
Yeah, I might see you tomorrow, Tim. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Of course. Oh, brutal scratch. You guys might have a special guest appearance from Chuck Perrell. It's not Peril. Don't call him Peril. I made that mistake a couple times, and he's pretty good. He's pretty good with the insults. He made me wear that one for a while. It's a bad joke, but he does say, if you continue to say his name improperly, you will be in peril. Which, God, I hate that. Hate that so much. But anyways, it helps me remember. A good hit there, but just unrewarded. How you doing, Chuck? You'll be all right. Oh, Chuck, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. Might be for JR Ascension in the Philippines. How you doing, Chuck? What's
I'm doing amazing.
how was your week?
Oh, not too bad. Busy.
Wow. It's good. It keeps you out of trouble.
Yeah. So they tell me.
It keeps me away from the dad jokes. So it's kind of a win-win.
If I'm busy, it keeps you away from the dad jokes. But you could probably research them on your own.
Oh, you know what? It's gonna be a hard pass on that one.
Okay.
What are they? I don't know.
The what?
Anyways, so you've obviously been off to the side watching this match a little bit, and you've obviously seen what's happened thus far.
Yes.
What's your takeaways so far from what you've seen from Miguel and what you've seen from Fernando?
Fernando's shooting all right. He's still not shooting Fernando's speed, in my opinion. But Miguel just doesn't seem to be getting comfortable, because I think that he actually shoots better than what he's showing. He's a little bit of an underdog, according to Fargo, but I don't think he's that much of an underdog just because he shoots so methodical.
Yeah.
But right now he's down a bunch. So it's going to be, he's coming back a little bit, but he's just going to have to get out of his own head. It's a long race. We got a lot of pool left.
There is a lot of pool left. Yeah.
So, Fernando, he could start getting tired and do the same thing. So that's what this long races are about.
Yeah, I mentioned it to Tim a little bit too. I heard a lot of people thinking Nando was going to run away with this thing or at least win this thing. I don't know, run away. I lied when I said that, but this is, like I said earlier, this is kind of Miguel's table. It's like his house table. I mean, he's played on this thing as long as I've been coming here, fairly consistently.
Yep, he's been playing for a long time on these two tables.
Yep.
And if anybody has it down, I was watching him stroke balls in right before the match started, and he was shooting balls down the rail. He shot a cue ball out of one corner pocket with the ball in the center into the middle of the opposite corner pocket like it had eyes. He just fired it in. He doesn't do anything fancy. He just has to get comfortable. That's all.
Yeah, I mentioned that a little earlier. I thought Fernando's played decent enough. He's missed one or two here, but I have not seen Miguel really do what he does best. He kind of gets in that rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't put him in I put a few people in that category of rhythm players. I wouldn't put him in the category of a rhythm player, but he definitely has to establish some sort of rhythm or pace of play that kind of yields success and consistency to himself.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that, and I've watched him play a number of times, and he generally speaking, and I think the rhythm is the right word. He gets into a rhythm. It's not a rhythm where he shoots fast, but he just gets consistent as hell.
Yeah.
I said a 4-letter word.
Oh. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Got another one.
I get to do the score now. Look at this.
You get to do the score?
Oh yeah. I mean, you can do it.
No. Hey.
Oh, don't you? Because they start yelling at me if I get it wrong. But if I push this on you, you don't know how this whole digital pool thing works, do you? Do you, Chuck?
No, I might be able to figure it out.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
I don't run tournaments much, but I might be able to figure out the digital pool.
Well, the score is yours.
Nope. It's yours.
Oh, don't you say that. You guys can blame Chuck now. Just left of it. Yep. There you go. All right. You good over there, Chuck?
I'm good. I'm just making it mine. If I got the score, then I'm making it mine.
Yeah. Just pushing a lot of buttons over there.
I know. What happens when you do this?
Oh, there you go. So we're pushing buttons. At least someone is.
That's what we're doing. Hey, Joe, how are you doing, man?
Joe breaks. There you go. Does that make you feel better, Chuck? You got your small little window.
Yeah, well, I don't feel comfortable unless there's something small near me.
No way you just said that. May just went after the 10 ball there. I think he looked over at Nando and said something, and then the 10 ball was moving when I peeked up. So,
well, I was busy doing something outside of the watching pool thing right there for a second. So, unfortunately, I failed. Uh-oh. He's taking hair off the. He doesn't feel comfortable. When you start picking up hair off the table, you just don't feel comfortable.
That's how you perceive that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I do that too, man. I didn't know that's.
You only do it when you're thinking about a shot. You don't do it when you're ready to shoot.
I do it because I'm self-conscious that people think I'm balding, and I gotta move my hair before they notice that my hair's all over the table. But I'm also one of the more self-conscious dudes that play pool, so I can see how others would do it the other way.
You're self-conscious?
you could, you spent the week with me out in Vegas.
I know.
You know all my secrets.
No, I don't know all of them, but I know more than I wanted to. I know more of a few people's than I wanted to out in Vegas.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you can go ahead and tally that one up. All right, what do we got here?
I mean, I haven't noticed there was a glove in your bag.
Oh, no way, dude.
There was.
No.
Maybe you use it when nobody's around, but there was a glove in your bag.
There was no glove.
I think you ripped the zipper on purpose so you could lose it, but
it's a prop. I got the case from Steven. It's in there from Steven. I haven't given it back yet. Don't you put me on blast in front of 53 people right now.
Yeah, you know how the rumor mill goes. 53 people turns into how many? Thanks for inviting me to do this.
Oh yeah. Well, that really opened things up right there. Miguel's got a pretty good chance. Tim says it a lot, and I don't say it a lot back here because I've seen enough racks on this table, but Tim says it a lot. He's like, "Oh, he's got a great opportunity for a run from here." And I'm like, let's be real. How many runs? Let's say this game goes, 21-15. That's 36 racks. That's how many times do you think the balls are cleared from the 1 or the 2 ball? Almost never. I mean, 2 or 3 times.
I was playing with Fernando yesterday. I played for 3 hours yesterday, and I played with him for 5 hours on Wednesday just because I'm close to here, and he asked me to play so he could hit balls.
Yeah.
And he ran 2 racks. And it isn't Fernando, it's this table.
Yeah, no.
But even if they're all out in the open, if you don't sit down and decide to make each ball you make, you got to give even this shot, right? On a regular table, it's not that big a deal, but on this one, you got to give it 100% of your attention.
Yeah, I've always been under the belief that, like, with every shot, there needs to be a certain level of emphasis on, there needs to be a certain level of emphasis on shape and a certain level of emphasis on pocketing the ball. When you have an easier shot, you can afford to put a little bit more emphasis on where you want your cue ball to be. And then when you have a tougher shot, you got to put more emphasis on where on pocketing the object ball. I've always played that way, and it's weighted based on how difficult the shot is and how important it is for me to get a look on the next ball as well. On this table, it really almost all that goes out the window, and almost all my energy is going into pocketing the ball and maybe taking a tougher shot on the next shot a lot of the time.
Well, taking a tougher shot on the next shot, I think you have to play what the table gives you here.
Yeah,
if you
for
have
sure.
anything. But I disagree a little bit in that a percentage of your attention's on shape and a percentage of your attention is on making the ball. Because I think that you need to make a decision on what you're going to do to hit the cue ball before you ever sit down, before you ever get down. You get up and decide how much English and how hard and where you're aiming before you ever get down. Then you 100% concentrate on making the ball and just have to trust the shape that you decided to shoot.
Yep.
So I think it's a little bit different. I mean, I know your attention's on shape, but I think you make your determination on shape and what have you before you get down. That's part of the aim. And then once you decide to aim, you got to commit to making the shot the way you wanted to. And just trust that the English you decided or the stroke you decided to put on the ball is the one that you wanted to. If it's not decided, I think you're supposed to get up. So I disagree a little bit. I know, I guess overall, you have to decide whether you're playing shape or playing, playing the cue ball or playing your object ball. But once you decide, you have to be 100% committed to that shot. That's what I was getting at. Scott says your glove is a drinking glove.
Oh, no way. Oh, how about that shot from Nando?
That was a nice shot.
Little
Nando.
bump shape. Little unfortunate the 10 ball rolled where it did, but he, it's
well,
kind of forced the issue when he had to cut that 9 the way he did.
Yeah, it's not an easy shot when you using that crutch. Your stroke's just not the same.
No, not at all. Nobody, like Tim said, nobody practices with a bridge. At least no one I know.
We all should, but
yes, that's the thing. I'm 6 feet tall, and I learned on the bar boxes, and I predominantly, I almost never needed a bridge, unless the cue ball's 6 feet away from you and you got to jack up over a ball. I never need a bridge. And then when I went to the 9-footers, I'm like, A, I had to learn to play shape where I didn't have to stretch across the table, and B, when I do have to stretch across the table, now I got to shoot with this bridge I've never played with before. So it is one of my weaker points. I can do it a little bit now. I can make my ball, but I'm not like some people where I'm focused on getting shape at all. I'm really making my ball and taking, like you said, what the table gives me.
I think it's a little better than shooting opposite-handed, unless you're used to shooting opposite-handed.
Yeah, no, I shoot I shoot left-handed. No, I'm not gonna call. I'll just call someone's name out. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. It's a joke, but it's 2025. People be sensitive nowadays, Chuck.
People be sensitive.
Yeah.
They be sensitive about how you be saying that.
Yeah, no, that one. I was hoping that one slipped past you. That one hurt to say.
Yeah, I understand, Chris. He said that bridge, if you get used to it, you shoot pretty good with it. But best one I ever saw with a bridge was actually Paggy Lion. I watch him shoot with that bridge because he's
he's like
got
5'2".
Yeah, I mean, and I was watching him at Derby, and I watched him at a couple others, and I watched him shoot with that bridge, and he actually improved my bridge work a little bit just by watching him. There's a lot of people, they put the bridge out there, and they might get a 14, 16-inch shaft stroke in there.
Yeah.
And you can't stroke through the ball there because you're trying to stop your arm.
Yeah.
I now put it, if I can, I try to put it like 5, 6 inches in the ball so that when you stroke it, you can actually stroke through the ball.
I get a lot of my bridge fundamentals from watching a little bit of snooker.
Yeah.
They use it a lot, and they're really good with it. Obviously, you have to be, but the pros are really good at it. And fundamentally, I kind of learned from them. Not that I've taken any of it. I'm still terrible, but I get by. Oh, that 3 definitely goes in the corner, right?
Yeah, it might. Looks like he has room, but I don't think he. If it were me, I wouldn't shoot at it. The 3's I'd probably just try to. I would have probably just tried to play safe up table here on the 2 and leave the cue ball off the other side of the table so that.
Oh yeah, I'm talking more future down the road
to
here.
Get to the 3 is what I mean. On that one, I would have shot it so that I could try to break it up with the 2 near the ball.
Yeah,
that's what I was getting at. But the 3 does go in the corner. I can see from the angle. I think it does go in the corner without a. And with natural shape to get on the 4 because it would come around, not anymore, but come around 2 rails for the 4 or even 1 rail. Guess we're going to find out now for sure, but I'm pretty sure that 3 goes.
I played it like it does.
Now he's shooting on the wrong side of it though. I would have liked being on the side where the 8 is.
Yeah.
Because from here,
you don't have to.
Yeah, getting to the 4 is really rough from here. And there was a lot of room to get in there. No, we left him straight. It's not a gimme. He's almost got to draw it back to shoot for the cross side shot. I don't think even going forward because the 7's in the way works.
I've seen from Miguel a lot that kind of surprises me. I think it's a little bit different than what I've seen from him in the past. Is he has been trying to force the issue a little bit, when he has a straighter ball and trying to cheat the pocket or play it with pace. And,
Yep.
As well as I do, playing any kind of pace, playing a lot of English, playing, trying to force the cue ball into position. It's just asking for trouble on this table. And he's done it a few times and he hasn't had much success with it.
No, yeah. It's on when you get to the tighter pockets like this, you just have to make everything simple. If you have to draw it a lot to get there, chances are you really shouldn't be shooting at it, unless it's in front of the pocket. I mean, we all like to make those shots. They look cool, and everybody goes, ooh, But if you want to play the right way on this table, it's probably going to be pretty boring.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Chuck. I don't. Well, it's definitely my ego, but there's something about when you get it when these Friday night fight matches start, and when me and Jack played or me and Angel played, we had a pretty decent crowd around the table, and you got people watching, you got your friends and your family watching. Sometimes, you got the angel and the devil on one shoulder and the other. Sometimes that devil speaks a little bit louder than the angel, and you wanna swing that cue ball 7 rails and get the crowd into it.
Absolutely.
I've been there.
I did it when I played George. I made a couple of good shots, but you saw the result.
Yep.
So, just
fun pool. I mean, good pool isn't sexy.
No, good pool is boring as heck to watch.
Yeah, it is.
Unless you really, I mean, it's not necessarily boring, but it's unless you have a very knowledgeable audience, it's quite boring to watch.
Yeah.
When you're 3 feet from your ball and 3 feet from the pocket every single time, it just.
What do they say when?
Yay, huh?
Yeah. What do people say when they watch the pros play that don't know a lot about pool? They're like, "This is boring. They never have to shoot a tough shot."
Plus, everybody, I could have made that run out.
Yeah, right.
Right, because it's in their head they could make that run out because they never have to shoot one
Yeah,
across the table unless their opponent misses.
Because the pro was on the right side of the ball the whole time. That only took years of practice.
Yeah, and they don't shoot anything with a. They don't shoot anything with a slow pace. Right? They would rather stroke the ball to make sure it gets to the pocket.
Yep.
And go to a rail for shape rather than trying to slow roll a ball to roll up to shape. I've heard Tim say it, but I've heard other people say it as well. On these big tables, or even the bar box for that matter, the only time you ever want to slow roll a ball is if you know for sure you're going to make it. I mean, if there's no doubt you're going to make it, it's the only way you slow roll it. And that means if you're more than 4 feet from the pocket, you shouldn't be slow rolling anything.
I had when I first started, but a couple years in, probably around the time that I really started playing with you more, I was a big roller of the cue ball, and I was a big finesse guy. Finesse balls in and I rolled balls in. I didn't play left or right. I just played high and just rolled balls in a lot. When you learn on valley tables, it opens up the pocket. That's what you do.
But you know what? By doing so, you didn't force the issue by playing a lot of English, right? Because right now, it took me a long time to try to figure this out. And again, I'm definitely no champion, and using a wrestling metaphor, I've seen my share of ceilings. But I don't know. It's learning. You got to know where the cue ball is going to go naturally, right? So learning to roll the balls in just to hit where let the cue ball do what it's going to do naturally. You learn where it's going to go. I have such a hard time understanding when somebody doesn't know where the ball's going to go naturally. How do they know how much English to put on it to get it to change direction? I think that people that don't know where it's going rolling naturally are guessing. So this one calls for from draw, and they guess. Well, that was an unfortunate roll. I mean,
yeah, sure was. Pretty good stroke there.
Going 3 rails was asking a lot just because of the 9 and the 7. He only had like a 1.5 foot, triangle to get in.
I almost thought he could have maybe played a little inside and held his cue ball between the 7-9 there. Going that way, that 10 ball played pretty big, and the 7 ball plays pretty big.
Like I said, with the 9 ball there, they both play big. So he only had like a foot triangle.
Yeah,
Wasn't great to get to from that side.
Yeah, it wasn't easy by any means.
No,
He obviously felt comfortable letting out his stroke a little bit, and just came up a bit short. But
I mean, the fact that he's ahead, 11-4 has a lot to do with what he's trying to do right now.
yeah, I've been there.
And unfortunately, that can come back to bite you. But I would like to see Miguel, put on a display here. He's fully capable of it.
Oh,
I think he can run off 5 or 6 games.
When you see him on a roll, we just haven't seen it yet. When you see him on a roll, he's as good as anyone playing on this table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he and I were within 2 points, and I don't like my game against his on this table by any means.
Yeah, he plays really good.
He's 2 points under me, but I would play, but I don't think I'm a favorite on it by any means.
Tim was trying to stir it up and tell me I should play Fernando next.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
you should.
If he's playing like this.
If he's playing like this, you should.
Yeah, I learned something.
You might, but I think you're a favorite in that match.
Oh, that is a big miss there.
Yeah, it's a very big miss. Again, he's just kind of slow rolling.
Yeah, and you just don't see the confidence from Miguel right now. I mean, he's.
Fernando was asking if it hit a rail. He didn't notice. Yeah. Like I said, he looks like he slow rolled it and decelerated his cue going through that shot, and in order to try to hold it for the 10 ball. And when you decelerate through your stroke, you slow your stroke down. You're trying to steer it in. Your hand moves.
Yeah, I mean, he'll tell you too. That's obviously one that, despite the slow roll and despite not hitting it with a confident stroke, that's obviously one he makes.
Yeah,
97 out of 100.
Just took you take it for granted, and then he was trying to steer the cue ball to make sure it stayed where it was. I'm not saying he should have gone 2 rails with it or anything, but I think that played a part. It played a part. He's trying to decide whether to play aggressive here or whether he should try to duck a little bit. It's a little harder to play duck, but I like going behind it, calling it in the left side pocket and going behind it, just trying to put it on the end rail. If it goes, great. If not, I really don't like calling that because that's a win or lose shot right there. You know what I mean? Shooting that bank shot is a win or lose.
Yeah, do you think he may have thought he may have had coverage behind the 10 if he missed?
So, yeah, but that's a small window too.
Yeah. That's a sellout for sure. If it's still no gimme, but
no, not on this table. It's not.
Yeah, that's a good.
But
shot.
Fernando's shooting with confidence right now because of his lead and because of like I say, you get that kind of shape on this table. That's definitely not a high percentage. Leave, and he only, and even if Fernando took that one for granted a little bit, he only 2-stroke, didn't he? Normally, 3 or 4 strokes.
Yeah, he's generally pretty deliberate over the ball. Mm-hmm. But we've seen it 100 times. Someone gets up 6, 7, 8, 9 games, whatever it is, 8 games now. I say it all the time. When that back arm gets loose, when there's no tension in that back arm, there's no tension in that 6 inches between your ears. It's becomes a much simpler game until Miguel can force the pressure on Fernando.
It and right now I'm looking at Miguel's body language. He's actually He's actually watching a game outside the match here. He's watching somebody else gamble outside the match when Fernando was breaking.
Ouch.
So
yeah. Well, we'll see. Well, only thing that's going to pique his interest is if he can rattle off a few and make this competitive.
yep.
Little unfortunate roll here. This cue ball was rolling just to the left of the 10, and then it hit that template rack and
Yep.
nestled right up on it.
It
Not
did.
much you can do because the balls are still moving, but
Yeah. I know. I hear people. You know me. I'm not big on template racks. I like them for what they do.
yeah.
But you know they do interfere with the ball or whatever else. But I heard somebody say, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's actually it's still random. You know, it's no different than if it hits a piece of chalk on the table or whatever. It's still random, so it's not like it influences it that much.
Yeah, that's my whole thing too, is when you hear people that say, oh, yeah, they interfere with the game, they interrupt the game, they do this, they do that. It's like at the end of the day, the template rack can hurt you as much as it can benefit you as much as it hurts you. I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes you get a bad roll, sometimes you get a good roll, but I mean,
It's still random. It's still not designed to, you know what I mean, as a
it's not consistently hurting people every single
Right.
time. That's not the way this game works.
I just think, you know, people like to use, you know, like the template racks because they're always, it's always the same rack and what have you. But I don't like it for that reason. I like pool with the triangle
I do like the randomness
because there's a little bit of randomness in it. You know.
Yeah, Fernando trying to run in that 8 and
There
maybe
he was.
develop it a little bit.
That he was. Oh, now they're joking. Trying to hit the 10 or 8 ball at the same time. Oh, you got fortunate here. You can see the side, but he's not going to make it.
Yeah, you can kind of already tell that it's this part of the. You can tell it's the part of the game where he's starting to. I know it's early, but he's starting to feel the finish line a little bit, taking on the aggressive shots.
Yes, exactly. And in my mind, this is where you got to put your foot on somebody's neck and just play the exact same way. Play safe. Make sure that they don't have a chance to develop any rhythm.
Yeah.
There's nothing says that Miguel shouldn't go, take a break also, get his head changed a little bit.
I would imagine that's got to be coming here pretty quick. I mean,
well, it should have come about 4 games ago.
Yeah, that's
it was
true.
8-4. But he's so even-tempered. Win or lose, he's generally smiling.
This 8 ball's just not in a good spot.
No, it's not.
It's one of, if not the worst spot on the table. I just hate it when it's like this on a 9-footer, especially this table.
Well, the only way he tries to get where he needs to, he almost has to shoot it in the side instead of the corner. Even though I don't like the side shot here.
I almost try to run into it.
Yeah. That's a hell of a shot right there.
Oh, that didn't suck there.
Wow. That was a great shot. I hope he actually gets out from here and gets a reward from it.
Look at this. It looks like he's cueing center ball and he drops his tip. Watch this. Bam.
Mm-hmm.
Very. Yeah.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, sure was. A little back and forth, bottom right. But it's a little unorthodox.
Yeah. There's a few people that do that. I mean, that was something that a lot of people do. They'll get down on the ball to center and look at the aim, and then they'll change their your Q-tip position. I've seen, I know Bustamante does that a little bit, where he actually, aims off the ball,
Yeah,
and then shoots. It's just something that some people do. I can't do it. To me, if I have to move the cue stick at all, I've got to be disciplined enough to stand back up again.
yeah,
Because you can't be lined up. If you have to move your cue stick, you're not lined up the same way with your body.
yeah.
But Keith McCready was a great shot too, and he has like 5 different strokes he uses for depending on what English he wants to use and what position he wants to get, and they're all with a hand cocked out to the right. So long as you can consistently repeat it, you can get good.
No, the rumor, I obviously was a little bit too young when McCready was big. But is it true that he kind of learned the whole sidearm thing because he learned when he was real young and kind of had to shoot sidearmed and just stuck with it?
It may very well be. When he was a young teenager, he was busting Canadian snooker champions at hard times on that snooker table when he was under 18. I mean, he was just unbelievable.
That's awesome.
That table there at hard times in Bellflower, of course it's closed now, but that first table, that snooker table, the pockets were smaller than the ball. You could actually set the ball on the rails above the pocket. But they were just a little bit above center, so you rolled balls in under the rail. If you hit it any hard at all, or if the ball elevated at all, it didn't go. But you could set the ball on the rails. Only there one time, but I saw that. That was crazy to me. But then I'd heard the stories about Keith and what have you. He just, like I said, he was a champion, out of his mind champion when he was that young. A friend of mine was a road partner of his for a little while. The guy that showed me how to play pool. His name was Vaughn Lucas. He's not with us anymore either, but he was actually one of Keith's road partners for a while. So I heard a couple of hearsay stories, but I feel like they've got some little bit of credence that they were right.
Oh, that's awesome. Pretty good run out here from Nando,
Yes,
Chuck.
it is.
Yeah, he's stayed in line this whole rack. He's made it look simple.
He's just trying not to take anything for granted.
Yeah. Kind of tell that level of focus kind of jump back on him after Miguel won that last game.
Yep, very nice run out. Very smooth.
Yep, that'll play. Lucky number 13, Chuck. Coming down the home stretch. Unless Miguel could put on an absolute clinic.
Well, like I said, he's capable. It's just a matter of I'd like to see Miguel at least get to about 66% of his score, get to 8 or 9.
Yeah, he's got to make
just to put on a little bit of pressure on him.
Yeah, I want to see him at least make it competitive. He's let a few get away, and like you mentioned a couple times, just hasn't put on the Miguel-like performance we're used to seeing from him.
But this table, under the light, under the light, same lights, but under the camera and what have you, you got people watching. It does change how you play. This is, Fernando's. What is his third match or fourth?
According to Tim, it's his third. I think he played Junior and then Henry.
Yep.
Or Henry and then Junior. Vice versa, whatever.
Yeah, and thus far he's undefeated. So he's won both of them. Whereas I'm just defeated.
Well, that's good for action, Chuck.
Yeah, it hasn't been so far.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Nando's getting a little creative with the cue ball
Yeah,
now that he's up.
he is. What he really needs to do here is just rather than try to draw the ball, I think he just kind of needs to stop and let it rest where it is. I don't know why. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was on the 4. I wasn't looking at the 3. My apologies. Yeah.
Sometimes the balls just know when things are going your way or when you're winning.
Yeah.
It
You wind up
seems like it.
It does, doesn't it? As they say, getting the rolls.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get that roll if you're down 1-5.
Well, you do, but if you're at the table more often, it looks like you're getting the roll. And the roll's balanced, but out in the long run. But I've seen Miguel hook Fernando too. It just you don't think of it as a good roll when they're down 12-5 or 13-5.
Well, I'm just being a typical pool player here and saying we have to find excuses. Otherwise, we have to look in the mirror. I'm not willing to do that as a pool player. That's not me.
What is it? Somebody I know says pool players only need an excuse to lose. They don't need an excuse to win.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm trying to remember who said that. Oh, it was me. That's right.
Oh,
And yeah, you got to be self-reflective. You got to be honest with yourself. Otherwise, how are you ever going to improve? Won't ever be able to improve if you're not honest with yourself.
yeah, I'm not about all that, Chuck. I'm just kidding.
You're all right. You just don't voice it.
No.
It wasn't a bad attempt trying to get the cue ball to follow behind that 9 ball to try to go down table.
Yeah,
He's got an easy safety here, though. All he's got to do is stop the cue ball and put it up table, and the 10 ball's huge.
it's too bad we haven't seen more of it. Obviously Miguel's struggling a little bit, but it's too bad we haven't seen more of it. What I really like about Miguel's game is, Tim calls it as one pocket knowledge safeties, but to me, the creativity in some of his safeties and his execution, pretty impressive when he's firing on all cylinders. Obviously, right now, he's been struggling a little bit. Four hearts.
Just no drinks. Again, the barbecue food truck is leaving in 45 minutes.
You hear that, Chuck? Food truck's leaving.
Yeah, I know. I had barbecue this afternoon.
Did you? What'd you have?
Famous Dave's.
Okay.
It was leftovers from last night. I had a date with myself last night. I went to Famous Dave's and I went and saw a movie.
No way.
I did.
Really? You could have invited me. We invited you out for wings the other day.
You're right. I could have, but it was Thursday and it was in the afternoon. I didn't invite you.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what this is, Chuck. You don't have to say it. Your silence speaks volumes.
No, I didn't know.
Just kidding.
I didn't know whether you'd answer me if I tried to text
No
you or
way
something.
you were saying that. A little double kiss, 5 ball all the way down the rail, and
I can't believe you didn't call that.
Right.
Fernando jumps pretty well.
Yeah, he does. I've seen Miguel have a few opportunities to jump, and he's kind of turned them down. He can jump, but he's such a good kicker for the most part that it's a last resort for him. Like I was mentioning earlier, I'd like to see that be a little bit more balanced part of his game. To him, and I could be wrong, but to him, it kind of seems like he jumps when he has to, instead of all the times when
He doesn't use it as-
maybe it's
yeah.
the high percentage
He
play.
doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't use it as a tool. He's like me in that case.
Yeah, I
don't jump unless I just really don't have another option.
yeah, just all the cool kids are doing it, Chuck.
Well, I've heard, but I've never been one of those. So,
Oh, don't you?
but I feel like I jump pretty well for as little as I do it.
Yes,
But
I could vouch for that.
but at the same time, I only jump when the ball's either in the pocket or, wow, that was.
Yeah, it's
That's again. That's the being down 13-5 shot right there, because he could have. I don't think he should have had to draw that. He could have just gone off the side of it.
Yeah, but even the draw, I hate to.
No, he was stretching a little bit, but if he went off the side of it, he's going to get better shape.
The stretch got him for sure. For lack of a better term, and I don't mean it like this, but for lack of a better term, it almost came off across a little bit careless. Like if you could either stayed on the side, or if you're going to draw it, you have to guarantee to get on the other side of the 9.
Yeah.
I mean, and
if you're going to draw it, you got to make sure you can get there. And stretched out like that, it makes it really hard to do.
yeah, and
if he's smart, he comes off the left side of this 9 ball and put the cue ball down table. He's going to try to make it because he's trying to force the issue here. I just think you got to play the game that you can't. Oh well, I still like the cue ball being there better than the 9, but he puts it off the side of the 9 ball, put the cue ball off the side of the 9 ball, bring the cue ball down 2 rails. I just think he had better coverage.
Got a little tester here, Fernando.
Yeah.
I think
it's going to go off the 10 ball, so he's got to be careful, if he hits it with any speed.
I almost think he's got, if you don't play a ton of pace on it, I think the 10's kind of tracking to the same pocket as the 9.
Oh, yeah. It was.
Yeah,
It was.
he
It
missed
was
the ball altogether.
It was going to track towards the 9. It's just a matter of if you don't hit it with, if you hit it too hard. And
oh,
it
yeah,
does
scratch
track the 10,
comes into play for
scratches right
sure.
immediately.
I just don't give it the chance to do that. I take a little off of it, come off that side.
You just jack up and fire. I got you.
No, not me.
Or stingrays do that.
No, my ego doesn't get the best of me that much. It does from time to time, but
that's a nice little shot.
Yeah. Trying to make it reputable here with this 10 ball. Almost cut the score in half. I've mentioned this before on stream, not so much during the Friday night fights. I'm curious about your opinion. I tend to get this a little bit, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, and I kind of know your answer. I think you're going to go the other way with this one. But like when I'm playing a match, if I'm playing a race to 6 or something, and my opponent goes up 4-0 or 5-0, or they get this big lead on me, I generally start to feel when they get up, all that pressure kind of goes away because I almost, in a sense, accept my fate. I'm like, the chances of me coming back here are low. I'm going to do my best to obviously come back. The chances of me winning this are low. And it kind of loosens up my back arm a little bit, and it kind of loosens that tension I had coming into the match where I felt like I needed to win. Mm-hmm. And now I'm not necessarily freewheeling or anything, but I'm a little bit more comfortable out there in the sense that I've already accepted the worst result possible. I know what may happen because I can kind of see it. Obviously, and this can be kind of misconstrued a little bit, I obviously want to win. I'm competitive. I want to beat the brakes off you. But when I get down, sometimes I tend to get a little looser, and it tends to benefit me a little bit. And that tension that was kind of holding me back for a little bit almost benefits me in a way. I mean, and I know it's not right. And what I feel like you're going to say is you should play the same way. You should play your first game the same way you play your last. And you should always put the pressure on them. But do you feel like that's an element with most players or some players? Or am I crazy?
Well, it's in your head. right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can only win one. You know, you got to approach it where you can only win one game at a time. You can't win 6. So
Yeah.
if you're down 5-1 or 5-0, you can't win 6 games. You can only win 1. So what I feel about it, usually what I do is, I mean, I know some players out there, they would just quit the set, don't waste the games. Me, I use those games to try to get back into stroke.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I actually free up a little bit also. Similar to what you're saying, I don't accept my fate where I say, you know, I've already lost this one, so I'm just going to do this. But in my mind, I feel like, yeah, you're right. I've probably lost this set, but what am I gonna? I've got to get something from it. Otherwise, I might as well quit. So I kind of use it to get just basically to get back at stroke.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I will try to, you know, maybe draw the ball. Maybe I'll try to loosen up like you're talking about. So we get to the same place with a different mindset. But
Yeah.
no, I will try to get back into stroke if I am down like that. Unless the guy just hasn't given me a shot. If the guy just hadn't given me a shot, then I just tuck into a fetal position and bet my fate.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you get in those sets and they just don't give you an opportunity. So you don't really need to be in stroke. You just need to get a shot.
I don't get frustrated with games like that. Like some people get. I've got, you know, I won't call them out, but I've got a teammate or two that I've played with in the past where they get broken ran on and have to run outside and inhale for 3 and exhale for 5 or whatever it is. I'm like, what are you frustrated about?
Yeah,
I've never been mad at someone for breaking a run on me.
No.
I'll shake their hand with a smile. I get frustrated when I beat me.
Yeah. You know, I've said this before on the stream. I think I've said you said it to you the same way. Somebody breaks and runs, they basically played a perfect game, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's the beauty of pool.
Yeah.
No matter who you're playing, if they don't have a shot at the table, they can't win.
Yep. That's
you know,
why get frustrated?
And yeah, there's no reason to get frustrated if somebody just runs out on you. You know, you just congratulate them, and it's not going to happen that often. If it does, then you're in the wrong game. But you know, unless you have the same opportunity, right? You know, if you're as good or a better shot, and you have the
I thought I was gonna clip
that would have been the second time it did. If it did, if he came back on that 2 and clipped it like on the third rail. But you know, I mean, I tell people, right? If I'm playing Fernando, or I'm playing, let's say I'm playing somebody under my speed, and we're playing a race to 5, a race to 6, and I just happen to break and run 6, and they never get at the table. Person's a lower rating than me, so everybody says, "Oh, that was a really nice run." Well, now I have a race to 6 against, you know, Shane or Efren or any of the others, and they don't get a shot at the table. And everybody goes mad and wild because I ran 5 or 6 against Shane. What the heck? I said, I did exactly the same thing against the other person. They didn't get a shot at the table.
Yep.
But it means more if it's a better player. But that's the way the pool is. I mean, that's the one thing about pool is if you play the game the way you want to play it, they don't have an opportunity. That's what controlling the table is all about. The only way that changes is if you play, a loser break scheme against somebody.
Yep.
Somebody that shoots that good where they're really going to run it, is ever going to play somebody that speed. They want to take the breaks from them first. That, or we play loser break.
Yep.
Something so that they can't break and run 7 and 0. Just so I get a shot. Now, chances are I'm going to miss early and they're going to run out anyway. But
I like to get some play time.
I have an opportunity at least every other game. So either it's alternate breaks possibly. If they won't give up the breaks, you alternate breaks.
Well, a nice little confidence stroke there. A little longer than you preferred.
Yeah.
But nice little, another confidence stroke there from Fernando.
Was. He kind of, you see what he did. He moved his cue on that one. He kind of got down there and then he kind of stroked it. He didn't have to hit it that much.
Yeah.
But he was trying to make the back of the sound that,
Oh yeah.
That's what he was trying to do.
Been there.
I have a bad habit of that as well. I don't like to shoot anything just to roll it in. But we used to play on Brunswicks, and the ball makes a distinctive sound when it hits the back of the pocket firm, and
A little clank.
yeah, and your opponent just gets dejected because all they hear is clank, clank,
Yeah.
clank, and every time you make the 9, it just clanks. But I get into that also. I don't like to just roll balls in, and you have to on the big tables. You got to keep it simple. Wow.
Yeah, he's not gonna make him shoot this one. Oh, maybe he is.
Oh, you have to. You're not going to make him, but any kind of a set like this, you got to make him shoot.
I've seen him give him like 3 or 4 of these so far that I guess from that distance maybe it rolls off and you follow it in or something.
It's
But
also more frustration than anything. You just what?
yeah, you're walking that way anyway. Shoot it. I was kidding.
Oh, I mean, yeah, but
Who got that one? It was Fernando. 14-6. Got him by 8. Looking a little like a Henry score here. What
Yeah.
was the score with Henry?
I don't really recall. I was like 21-9 or 21-8,
Yeah.
something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that against Henry.
Wasn't
I'm
quite
just
quite as big as your score difference was, but
yeah. No, It's more so referring to the dominance that's
Yeah.
been Fernando on these Friday night fights. He's played well enough. Obviously, I know Henry struggled a little bit when he played Fernando, and I know Miguel isn't. Now, to be complete, I only say this because Miguel will say the same thing. Miguel will tell you, "Take care, brother." Miguel will tell you that it hasn't been his A game. There you go.
yeah, it really hasn't. He's just not. He just really hasn't got comfortable.
No.
Now Fernando did come out fire and won the first couple of games.
Yeah.
And but Miguel had a shot in each of those games, and then he won the third game. But then he just
I think it's muffled a little bit. You want to raise it up just a little? There you go. Oh,
wow, that was unfortunate.
yeah. It's one of those. You either catch a little bit too much rail first or a little bit too much ball. It completely changes the trajectory of the cue ball, cutting it like that with inside.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he hit the rail first. Miguel, let's put something together here.
Yeah, really, you and me, I know, feel like I know you well enough. You and me are pool fans, man. We, A, we like Miguel, and B, we want to see good pool. I mean, we came out here to watch a tight match, and despite who wins, Miguel has a chance to.
I don't understand that shot. If he had that kind of an angle, he could have just rolled forward
Yeah.
and shot it down the rail. I mean, it was a nice attempt. Maybe he's just trying to freewheel a little bit to try to get his stroke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking
Trying
about.
to.
I think it's
Nice shot there. He kind of played a two-way shot there because you noticed he didn't have shape on the 8 ball. He was just trying to. I don't think he was playing the 7 as much as he was playing the cue ball there.
Yeah, he had the chance to shoot that ball on the side. Maybe shoot this. What was it, the 7 all the way up?
I think if he followed that ball on the other side of the 7, he could have shot it this way.
Yeah, that's what I mean. All the way. Well, I guess all the way down if you're looking at the table.
However,
but, yeah, he could have short-sighted himself, shot it off.
It was off the rail. It wasn't on the rail. It was off the rail about a quarter inch or so. So could have shot it down table.
Yeah.
Fernando misses a jump.
Might be a little bit of.
He took a little off that to try to hold it probably.
I'll tell you what, Chuck. I don't know how many jump cues you've practiced with or played with, or if you used everything on the market or some of the jump cues on the market, they're starting to get dangerous.
Yeah.
I mean, you can almost shoot a ball like just a regular shot, just a little jacked up, and jump over a ball that's 8 inches away, and just shoot it like you're almost shooting a jacked up shot over a ball, and it's jumping the balls in.
That's true.
The technology in these jump cues is getting absolutely ridiculous.
I haven't played with a lot of them. I've been playing with an original Predator Air since like 2006 or 2007.
That's a good one.
And I know it's still a good good one out there.
Have you tried the one that Mitch is pimping out there right now? He's brought it to Metro a few times.
I am not sure. The Propel is. I tried to Propel somebody else's Propel.
Sick.
And I like it, but no, I haven't seen the one that Mitch has.
Mitch is. I don't know if he's sponsored by it or not, but he's bringing one around Metro, and he's jumping. So they have a break cue and a jump cue, and he's jumping balls with a break cue like you normally would. I mean, he's jumping balls with his break cue like a jump cue, like you would anything else. No effort. And the jump cue itself, I mean, you can put the cue ball a chalk lengths away, just barely jack up, hit it half speed that you normally would with a Propel, and it's clearing it big time. I mean, if you don't know any better, you're jumping over the object ball every single time. That's how much it's popping, and it just makes no sense. Get that one.
No, I haven't got that.
Okay.
No, I mean, one thing that I learned, somebody had to tell me. I've tried some of the longer jumps, some of the shorter jumps,
Mm-hmm.
and no matter what cue you're using, they all, like I said, the Propel jumps amazingly. The Predator Air actually jumps really, really well. I mean, any of them will jump really well, but it's all about the angle. It's physics, and you say that you don't have to hardly jack up to be able to jump a ball, but
you still do.
You have to jack up physically. You have to jack up high enough that at least the same angle that it would take to go over the ball.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's just a matter of how you have to stroke it. Do you have to stroke it, fast, or can you do a regular stroke on it?
Yeah,
it's like I said, it's pretty amazing how easy it is to jump a lot of times. And, I've heard some people say, John Smith talks about it, and I said, you jump a ball a lot. I said, I just jump when I need to. He says, well, I always said that I'd rather kick, and he made me, at least stop and think about it. He said, if you can hit a ball 90% of the time jumping, and you're only going to hit the ball half the time kicking at it, why wouldn't you jump it?
Yeah.
And that makes sense, but I just can't bring my head to do it all the time like I should. But that's probably because I haven't practiced with it, and I just don't use it that often. You use it more than I do, and there's some other people. And I know there's 450s that jump 10 times better than I do because they use it all the time. They grew up using it. It's something. It's just another cue in the arsenal. Another shot in the arsenal.
Well, I will say, you probably generationally, I mean, that's all there was kicking, right?
No.
Or did they have the jump cues? It was just technology.
They didn't have jump cues. We jumped with a shaft or the whole cue.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to jump with my whole cue, but it was very rare.
Yeah.
And if I had to, I'd take the shaft off. Shaft jumping was so easy because you couldn't direct it very well, but to get over a ball, shaft jumping is so simple because it's so light. That's why they made a minimum length of a jump of any cue, not necessarily a jump cue, but a minimum length of a cue. Basically, the easiest way to tell is if you're on a bar box, it's got to touch both rails. It's got to be able to rest on top of both rails. And that way, it's actually long enough. If it doesn't rest on a bar box between the two rails, on top of the rails, it's too short. They did that basically so you wouldn't be, jumping with a shaft. Otherwise, they'd put a 4-inch butt or something like that on a shaft, and you'd really be able to jump well. But
yeah,
the idea was to get them light enough and still have them the right length. And that's where the technology of the carbon fiber and the graphite, when they were using it, and almost like the extensions. They're hollow. They're carbon fiber or they're different materials. And they're hollow and they don't weigh hardly anything, so that it doesn't change your approach.
Oh, look at this.
Wow,
That'll play.
that was a
Shot,
heck of a
Nando.
shot. Like I said, he's playing with some confidence.
Yeah, when I got into pool, I feel like and I don't know, I wasn't around pool before that, but when I got into pool, it seemed like the technology on the jump cues really came into play.
Yep.
Right around 7-8 years ago when I got into it, and it was just everybody was doing it, and I had to learn because that was part of the game. I know a lot of people.
It didn't even back in the '80s and what have you. There wasn't a lot of people. There weren't any break cues really out there. There was one.
Really?
There was one particular one that it had a different joint in it, what have you. It was made as a jump cue. There were a couple there. A lot of people use separate cues to jump with, but they didn't. There weren't a lot of people designing jump cues.
Yeah, I'm not all into the break cue technology. I just don't like my tips mushrooming so fast.
And that's why even back in the 80s, they would use a different cue to jump with.
Yeah.
With maybe a harder leather tip because they didn't have the phenolic stuff. Early 2000s, they started with a lot of their phenolic stuff, and BCA even outlawed them. Originally, they said, no, you can't use phenolic tips for a short time.
Oh, look at that shot. Are we going to get a look?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a good shot, but look at that. He actually can see it.
Can he see the edge to make it?
Yeah, I think so. He got the 4-inch position. Together a couple of balls.
I'm just glad he didn't ask me to play a song.
Somebody came up and asked if we were streaming on a different channel. Justin was worried that he thought he was a DJ.
Oh my gosh! Have you ever heard that story? I know the people in the stream, but when me and Peter first started doing it, oh gosh, there was one night, it was just popping off in here. I mean, there was hundreds and hundreds of people in here. It was loud. A lot of college kids were in here, and it just seemed like 3 times in a night, people were putting money right in front of us, and it was like, hey, can you play this song for us? I'm like, dude, we're not DJs.
No, you take the money and say, yeah, it'll be up soon. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's been the running joke for a while that I should have just took the money and ran, but
not run, but I mean, I'll play it up soon.
Yeah. I'm just telling their song keeps getting fast passed. Someone give me more money, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
I can't. It's coming up.
I'm in an auction situation here.
Yeah. This guy gave me $7. He only gave me 3.
Yeah.
Oh, Nando. I'm not Nando. Miguel.
Yeah, like I said, he didn't get there. Miguel was trying to get a good one, though. He was trying to make a run at it. Let's see if he can get here. He's going to shoot this with inside English, and it'll go easier than the draw shot will.
Yeah, this is just one of those ones that try to get too cute. 9-ball likes to jar up. Might come with a good stroke here.
So you see what he did there? He accelerated his backswing so much. He didn't stroke 3. He actually just really hard. He almost like a break stroke. He accelerated his backhand to try to force that ball around the table instead of just stroking it in.
Yeah. That's one of the big things I learned in pool is just kind of let that English or that cue ball do the work for you versus trying to force things into position.
Yeah. Or let the cue stick do the work for you.
Yeah.
Nando just needs to smooth this one in, but it's a tester.
I try to punch it around the
table.
table.
You did. You can see by how far the cue ball is away that he didn't hit it real good the way he wanted to. This one's a tester. I mean, you might make the shot, but you got to be able to. Do you just try to slow roll it, or do you hit it and go up and back?
Gosh, no. If I'm on a bar box, I'm coming back and forth all day, and I think that's what the shot calls for. But rolling this in could be naturally wants to be
There he
awkward on
goes.
the 10.
Yeah. He hit it. Yeah, he hit it way too hard, but at least he has the idea. I mean, really, I think you're supposed to go up and back. He just because you've only got 3 feet of position going one way, and the other way you got almost the whole table of position. Nice screen you have on that phone.
Yeah, it
Is
only
it working
cost me
for you now?
$225. Yes.
Told you I know a guy.
Oh yeah, you did. I don't want to go through the whole process. When I got my phone transferred over to this new one, it took me like 2 trips to Verizon and 4.5 hours in the store. And I'm not saying that's worth the $225 I paid to keep this phone, but definitely feels like it. I'll tell you what, Chuck. Nando, it has just lapped, or at least gone even.
Yep. He's 10 games
with the
up.
coin that Miguel has on the table. That's not a good feeling.
Anybody
as a
that
player.
joins now, I think it's 6-6 if they look at the phones.
Yeah. I've been in the situation in my life where the coin goes around the table and it evens up with yours.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you from personal experience, Miguel mentally is in a tough spot.
Uh-huh. And unfortunately, that's kind of the way it's showing on the table. He's trying to force getting a rhythm in or something like that.
Yeah, he's just
last couple of shots, he made a really good run at that last game. Made some really nice shots, and then missed. And then the last 2 shots that he shot, he just kind of let the cue ball go.
We've mentioned a few times, and I don't want to say this. I don't think it's good for viewership. I don't think it's good for the stream. I don't think it's good for the players. But you just kind of get the sense that Miguel's a little checked out. Kind of wants this one to end. He kind of wants to flush this one, go back to the drawing board, and go at it again. I mean, that's kind of the feeling I'm getting from him. That's
Whereas if they were playing races to 7 and Fernando won the first 2 7-0,
oh yeah,
Miguel would be all in on the next set.
Yeah.
But I think that's how you have to approach these long races. Also, you got to break them up into races to 6, races to 5. If you go down 5-0, you're going to play another race to 5, and you can win the next one. And then you're on. You play another race to 5, and you can win the next one.
Yeah, you mentioned that to me when I put in a little. When I was prepping for my match with Jack, you played with me a lot, and that's how you told me to approach the situation.
Well,
and I did absolutely. I did. Jack didn't play his best, and I did get up a certain amount that it really didn't come into play. After that, I was kind of just trying to put it away, but it really helped me mentally get involved early.
Yeah, he's just shooting with really good confidence right there. He's on the wrong side of the 8 ball, but
yeah, this thing's coming around the table. Being up 10 games.
He shot one of these against me yesterday, though. He had enough inside English. It actually stayed. It actually came back.
Really?
So we'll have to see.
Oh,
he's just going to roll it and take what it gives him. Oh, see there? The fact that he got up and walked on that ball before he finished stroking it.
Caught him jaywalking there.
When you get up and you're walking to the next shot before the ball has dropped, then you moved early. You moved early when you're able to watch the ball go in while you're walking. That's just my humble opinion.
No.
I'm guilty of it. Believe me, I do it a lot. But I'm aware of it. The only way I can try to break myself up is that I stay down on the ball until the ball stops rolling.
Don't do too much here, Miguel. Just make the ball. Yeah.
I think it's good. Just trying to get up a little higher on the ball. This is not easy. I probably would have shot shape for the corner on this one, but I can't really tell if it's that far away.
Yeah, I think it's pretty. Oh,
You know, you're still shooting at half a pocket, you know, from that angle. And if you're shooting to the corner, you're not shooting at a half a pocket.
the wheels are falling off a little bit here, Chuck.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's. I mean, those are the must-wins here for Miguel. You want a chance to make this reputable.
Wow, he missed that ball by quite a bit.
Yeah, he sure did.
But he kind of decelerated too, like he was trying to make sure the ball got in the pocket. It wasn't his normal follow through.
It's also going to be a little hard to focus when you know Miguel's a little checked out and you're.
You know what's funny though is I've seen where you start missing like that and you let your opponent know that you're capable of missing, and all of a sudden your opponent gets some confidence. Because a lot of this is when you miss, your opponent doesn't. Now you're afraid to miss.
Yeah.
Because you know you're done. You know the game's over. They're gonna get out. But then you start missing a couple of shots, and all of a sudden they say, "Oh, he does miss." A little hard, but that's a good break for Miguel. He's stretched out a little bit, but he'll get there. In my humble opinion.
So you got a shaft extension, Chuck?
I do.
I mean, not shaft extension, but like a Q extension?
I have a shaft extension and a Q extension.
Oh, yeah?
I need to get a tip on the shaft extension. Miguel, the one Miguel uses, I actually have that one, and I actually like it because it actually unscrews and you can make it longer.
Yeah.
You can actually make it like 24 inches longer, you know, almost 24 inches. But let's see. Yeah, that was a nice shot. Good. He needed that. He needed that game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Needed that game.
I'd like to see a little dog in Miguel. Yeah.
Well, he's shown some dog. Now you need some dog.
Yeah. No, I just.
And I say that knowing full well, if I played him, I would be on the other end of it. So.
No, I just body language wise, I haven't seen it flip yet. You know, obviously, you know, he stole one there, but I like to see him perk up a little bit, get back to that Miguel we all know, and fear, really.
He's got to take advantage. I mean, you know, it's not like Fernando hasn't given him opportunities. You know, Fernando hasn't broken run any racks. So he's had opportunities. It's just a matter of taking advantage of those opportunities. I mean, you know.
Step away for 1 second, Chuck. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, Fernando hit that one a little bit light. Let's see if Miguel can get here. Oh, I hit that one a little hard. Should still be okay. The 3 ball's in a good spot. Just needs a little bit of angle so we can get down here on that 4. Oh, no, that's. Looks like he stood up a little bit on that one. Rushed it just a little bit. Rushed it just a little bit. Like this game is a race to the 7 ball. The way the balls are situated, if you get to the 7, you're pretty much out. He got a little straighter than he wanted to, I think. I think he has to almost follow it up so he can cut the 5 ball down to the corner. Next time, if you give them my name, Justin, they'll give you a good seat.
Oh.
He looks like he kind of didn't follow through on that one. Also, he's trying to do too much, trying to get back for the 5 ball. I was saying it's kind of a race to the 7 ball. Whoever gets to the 7 ball pretty much wins this set, or wins this game. The way the balls are, lined up. That's how I like to approach 10 ball. I've had a few friends tell me, it's a race to this ball. If you can get to this ball, you can pretty much say that you've won. I mean, you got to make the 10, but
yeah, looks like the 6 passes the 8.
it does.
Brandon McHale, hey Chuck, Justin is right. Miguel usually shoots like Zorro anytime I watch him. Yeah,
he really does.
Shot.
He really does. There he goes. He got good on the 8. So here it's kind of, it's a stop shot here. He just rolls around a couple of rails for the 9 and gets to up on the 10.
Yeah, I should be able to put something together here. This is fairly natural. The whole rack is natural.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't have to do anything. Oh, well, why did he draw it?
Of course, I had to say something.
I don't know. I'm not sure why he drew the ball out. He didn't really need to. How you doing, Randy? Wow, that's crazy. And again, he could have rolled that ball to the right. He chose to draw it.
Good news is it's natural. Lead on the 9 from here. The bad news is you're shooting across 9.5 feet of table on the tightest pockets in Arizona. He's gonna get away with no, not really.
So the good news is you want a trip to Detroit. Bad news is you want a trip to Detroit.
Yeah. That's never heard that one. I like that.
See again, looks like they're both rushing a little bit now.
Yeah, Miguel moved a little bit on that stroke there. Just the focus isn't quite there yet.
See, and here Fernando's going to take on the bank shot. If it was even, I think he would play it different. Yeah, it's true, Brett. He was standing up on his shot. I think they're both doing a little bit of that now for some reason. There it is. Let's see if he actually. This is where he got in trouble one other time. He tried to roll it, hold the ball, instead of going to the end rail or following his round table. He's off angle a little bit, and if he slow rolls it, yeah, well, he did good there. But he slow rolled another one, and he actually missed the ball because he decelerated. Mr. Long, how are you?
How you doing, Brian? Hey, Justin, transporting from Texas, Henry and Carrie of Pool. Oh, nice confident stroke on the 10. 10 ball down. Miguel putting another one on the board there, Chuck. Cutting the deficit in half finally. Which
Harry and Carrie of Pool. I know Harry Carey from Chicago, but I don't know about the whole Harry and Carrie.
yeah. No, Texas, well, Texas somewhat well.
Yeah, I know. He's saying Harry and Carey because Harry Carey was the Cubs announcer for 100 years.
Oh, that's awesome.
He was a commentator for 100 years. Yep, doing well, Mr. Long. Thank you very much for asking.
Well, I appreciate you hanging out with me, Chuck. I know Tim had to make an early exit. He had a long day, and he had to make an early exit. You hanging out with me and not being so lonely back here, it means a lot, dude.
Hey, man, I just enjoy being here. Where I get my famous start to stardom. With my incredibly insightful commentary and Amazing radio voice.
There you go, Chuck.
I don't have either one, so.
Your voice is soothing, man. You gotta. Oh, look at that shot.
Well, you know, I've got a face for radio, so.
Got a face for radio. I like that.
Might as well try my voice. What Fernando's going to do here? Looks like he's going to kick at the 2 and try the 10 ball, or is he going to try to carry it? He can't be trying to draw the ball or anything. Oh, he's shooting right at it. He's really got to follow this ball to keep it out of the pocket. Oh, I see what he's doing. That's a nice, a little more follow than I expected, but that was.
Yeah, it was a good effort. A little force follow through the 2 going into the 10. Like the idea there from Fernando.
But again, would he have done that if he was the one with 8? Probably not.
Yeah, no. We're a little tighter to start this match for sure.
5 balls in a bad spot. That's probably why Fernando tried that 10 ball, because the 5 ball just in a really bad spot. Look at this. That was a good shot. Good try. They're both shooting at the 10 because of the 5 ball.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Both recognize where the 5 is. Both taking a little bit of a flyer. Miguel trying to end the game early, knowing that neither one of them want to shoot that 5 ball.
Wow, that was a nice stroke.
Yeah, it sure was. A little jacked up, length of the table, stun it over, and a nice full look on the 5. Good execution.
He just needs to stop this cue ball, or if he tries to draw it or whatever else, it makes that pocket smaller. A nice little stroke. That was a good one. Yep, he stroked that one good.
Came with a few strokes there. Makes this 6. He's
Well, the 7's a little harder to get on.
Yeah.
Do you go around table 3 times, or do you try to draw back to the side? Really stroke it and draw back to the side.
Aim stupid and go for the side. I'm not saying that's a stupid shot. I'm just saying that's.
Oh, he looks like he's trying to hold it. Oh, now he's going to try the 10 ball.
I think holding it was the right call there. Now that I see how full he could hit that ball and the pace of the cue ball, I think he definitely had a chance to hold it, and I think that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to shoot this combo. I mean, obviously when it's rearing its face right in front of you, you have to, but
no, he still got a good result from it.
Are they playing early 10s? Yes, they are.
Yeah. They are. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Brian. I usually incite a riot when I talk, but
there you go.
what? Oh, that was a great shot right there. Boy, he hit that ball good.
Yeah, about as good as you could hit it.
Even Fernando snapping loud enough, you probably hear him. Means he hasn't given up.
Yeah, I must sit here, Fernando. These balls late just good enough. 9 out of 10. No walk in the park. Obviously, with the 10 as close to the pocket as it is, should be able to get there. But anything's better than ball in hand here.
It looked like he coming at it a little steeper angle than I thought. It's easy for me to say.
Yeah. That made the 9 out of 10 a little bit more difficult now that you have to.
Oh, he's going to shoot this to draw it back. See, he poked that one just a little. That was a good shot, though.
Yeah, I like the angle going on the corner from the 8. It's a bit more reliable getting from the 8 to the 9 that way.
And you don't have to draw this. You can shoot this with. You can actually shoot this with just right or top right and get down to the 9 ball. The pocket really accepts it easier when you're not drawing it. Oh, he didn't hit it hard enough.
Oh, Mike McGovern.
Hey,
Justin,
McGovern.
bang.
How are you? Mikey.
That's for you, bro. I played the tournament last night. I didn't do any good, but I saw him walk in. Or I didn't even see him walk in, and I had missed a shot, or I played a bad safety, and I just hear from across the room, bang! Like, oh no.
What tournament did you play in?
I played in Eddie's tournament on the Thursday at Metro.
Oh.
You ever heard of it?
I forgot he lets you into that.
Now, he told me switch it to a 615 and under.
Yeah.
And then I walked in, and he was like, I didn't show up for 2 weeks. He's like, I figured you weren't coming back. I'm like, Eddie, I have been playing. I'm like, Eddie, I show up 30 times a year to this Thursday tournament for the last 8 years. What do you mean you didn't know I was going to come back? Didn't show up for 2-3 weeks, and all of a sudden you don't think I'm coming back? Man, he's going to kick me out. He says I have 1 point. Once I hit 635, I'm toast.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. It is what it is.
I'm shooting the 9 into the 10. He called the 10 just in case. Cue ball up table.
Yep, that's a good shot right there. Hitting the side of it, knowing that the 9 ball is going to stay on the rail. If you hit it, straight into the 10.
Yep. Up to 9 to hit the 10, nice and full. Cue ball comes up table. Yep, he called it.
You called it. I just agreed. All right. Fernando called it. Let's see if he hits it hard enough to really make the 10, or if he's just playing the safe.
That's hilarious.
He did. He hit it hard. See, if you hit it hard enough to actually make the 10, you know the 9 ball's coming out.
Yep.
If you're playing a safe and calling the 10 just in case, you're only hitting it hard enough to stop the 9. That's what I was getting at.
See what Miguel comes up with for a safe. Looked like he was trying to roll it to the bottom rail down here and put the cue on the 10 and just miss it a little bit. Now Nando's got an opportunity to do some damage on a counter safe here. Maybe a two-way shot. Trying to leave the cue ball on the 10.
He was going for it the whole way.
I think he was trying to bring his cue ball back over here on the side of the 10. He played right, a little bit of right.
Miguel hit that one nice. It looked like he hit it way hard, but then the top English actually reversed the cue ball just a little bit on the rail and got where he needed to be.
I think he may have. Yeah.
Think he was trying something different?
May have been. He seemed frustrated when the cue ball was rolling, and then he got down and was like, oh.
Maybe he was trying to come up table for the side pocket, maybe?
Gosh, it's possible. I don't know. He just seemed frustrated when he hit it. Like he missed it. Like too full, too thin, something. I know the look. Been there, done that. Very well could have been his intention the entire time.
All right, well, first thing Miguel needs to do is get to 10. That way he's on the same side of the table that Fernando is. So, no, really, seriously, he's on 9 now. He gets to 10. At least he's on the same track. He's not been lapped or anything.
Yeah, no, that's one way of looking at it, right? I'll tell you what, Fernando's let him back into this a little bit. Yes, it's a 7-game deficit, but
yeah,
still, you're not careful. Miguel is, despite what we've seen, it's not like he doesn't know how to play pool.
Miguel needs to play a bunch of short races to 3 and beat him 3-1. If he beats him 4 races to 3-1, he actually wins this 20-21. So he just needs to win 3 out of 4 games 4 times.
Yeah. Miguel looked at Nando and called something. I don't know if that was safe or if he's calling a 3 here, but it's one or the other.
That's a good call.
Yeah, safe all the way. Nestle.
That's a good one right there. It's a word you don't hear very often. I like it. Nestle.
Said that a lot in golf in high school when I used to play golf a little bit when I was younger.
Back in the old days.
Back in the old days. Now that was a big thing amongst our crew. There's 15 of us on the golf team. You know, you had 5 that played in tournaments every week, but the other 10 sat. I was part of the 5 that started. And of the 5 that started every week, whenever you know, every once in a while, I get some adrenaline. You pump a putt 6-7 feet past the hole on a speedy green. As soon as it passes the hole, all of us nestle. So stuck with me through the years. It's only about 12, 13 years ago, but
then he hit that good enough. Oh, if he hit the 8th full, he was all right. Now he's messed up the 8 ball a little bit for the.
oh no, I was just trying to. He's used wooden clubs. Shut up, Brett. That one hurts. Needs.
Oh, I thought he was going to use the 9 and get it to go in.
Yeah, needed a friendly bump off that 9.
The 2 ball just doesn't go, so they're both trying to figure out something. The only way 2 ball goes is if your 2 ball gets between the 2 and the 5. It might bank, but
wasn't much Nando could do with that 1. I think this is almost about the best look he could have on the 2 from where he's at. He just made sure he had a look on it. Playing safe, needs a little love with
his
4.
His one pocket is showing there.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know. I think I'm starting to get good enough to try this one pocket thing. I don't want to start over, Chuck.
You're not starting over. You're still making balls.
Well,
and the game of one pocket will increase your game in rotation 100-fold.
Yeah, that's what they say, and that's why I want to play it. I don't want to play it to be decent in one pocket. I want to play it to be a more well-rounded player. But gosh, just don't understand the game much at all. I do, I watch them play, and I have an idea of what, when they hit a shot, I know why they did it, but I can't call shots out and say, oh, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. A lot of it's guessing. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong.
Mr. Teufel, yes, it's peril on the mic.
Ooh.
Wow, you got a good roll there. Yeah, I thought about that too, Brian, if he tried to bank that 2 back in the side instead of one in the corner, but he had better coverage by shooting it in the corner because he was going up table in the same direction. He was going to run into the 5 by trying to back bank it. But both were definitely good options.
Another decent kick shot there from Miguel. He's hanging on, Chuck. He hasn't completely thrown in the towel.
It's a fact. I said he got a little bit of a second wind when he won a couple of games here.
Yeah.
He saw Fernando miss a little bit. He was able to, and see that cue ball. Wow, hit that ball pretty light. I think I'd have gone the other direction with it, but that was
interesting there, Chuck.
It's slow rolling, almost,
That's a small window to hide behind that 3 going that way.
Well, you got to hit it slow enough. You got to get to the rail, right?
Yeah. That thing rolls off on you. You hit it too full, or you miss it hit it too full. Well, that's trouble.
I almost said, look, that ball's rolling off to the right, because I didn't think there was any way he was shooting that ball on the right. But no, he shot it to the right, but it looked like it actually faded to the right because he slow rolled it, but it didn't. He shot it that way. Wow, with that. Nice try there.
Did he call that one?
Yes, he did.
Nice. Good.
Yes, he did.
He's a good kicker. Oh,
Now, when you're champions like you are, Brian, you know, you make those shots. I'm still exploring this wonderful world of pool on a 9-foot table. I'm still in the exploration stages.
I don't know who called it wonderful.
I have to call it wonderful, otherwise I would fight myself doing it.
Ain't nothing about pool that's wonderful. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's a good reason to spend 75% of your time,
Yeah.
almost all of your free time, 75% of your real time, actually thinking or doing something regarding the game.
Oh, I love every part of it. No, I don't. I don't know why I just lied about that. No, I love pool. Man, it's brutal.
Yeah, it is
You
brutal.
put so much time into something to suck as bad as I do.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Well, you put so much time into it because you sucked at one time and you changed that very quickly.
Yeah, I suck less now, but
Yeah.
the
Well,
better I got, the more I realized how much I suck.
Mhm.
Because when you first get into it, you're in the dive bars and you beat Joe Schmo and you beat the guy that can't stand up straight because he's too drunk, and you're like, oh, this feels good. And then you play in a local tournament and realize you've never picked up a stick in your entire life on a realistic standard, and you get beat, and then you get good enough to beat those guys, and then you realize you're playing in a cap tournament, and then you go and play other guys, and then you realize, man, there's better players than that out there. And then you beat those guys, and then you realize, wow, there's pros out there that laugh at me when I shoot. It's a never-ending cycle. I mean, there's always someone better out there, and it's one of the most frustrating things on the planet.
Brett, it's all about the size of the pond, right?
Oh God,
it really does. It's really about the size of the pond you're referring to. I mean, I've got family and friends that don't, they know I play pool, but they don't know how I play. They always say, well, how good are you? I say, well, look at Fargo, look at different things. I said, I probably shoot better than 80% of the people, that play pool out there, but I play with that 20%. So I know what good pool looks like. So we say, and Justin knows what good pool looks like, because even until a couple of years ago, he never really got to see any of the pros play live or what have you. You see the videos and what have you. It was a nice stroke by Fernando.
I call it doctor. He's got a stroke, Chuck.
Yeah, he's having a stroke. But until you see what really good pool looks like, you just don't know. So you don't necessarily suck, but you know how much of a difference there is from one level to the next.
Yeah,
I mean, really.
I joke around and I say that, and it's more of a mindset for me. I have to. If I don't continuously tell myself that I suck, I'll settle, and so I consistently have to put myself in the mindset. There's more. There's more. There's more. I suck. I need to be better. I need to be better. I need to be better. The second I say I'm good, I'm done. I mean, I'm just if you ever tell anyone you're good at pool or I'm good enough, you're toast. It's a mindset for me.
It is.
I do say that.
You don't suck, but you're not. You definitely have a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah, from the outside looking in, some people are like, oh, you've accomplished a few things and you're this high. Nah, to me, I suck. I got so much more work to do.
Fernando, again, he kind of poked that. He's getting frustrated now. Letting Miguel back in this a little bit. Because Miguel's only going to be down. He's going to be down by 6 games now instead of 10.
Yeah, that's
The honest answer here is, should Miguel make this? He's won 4 in a row. Because the last time we talked about him lapping lapping Miguel, it was 16-6.
Yeah,
and he's slowly winning a game here, which is why Miguel is trying. He's not playing like he gave up now.
You can say this about, so we are playing on for those joining us or those that don't know, I know 99% of you guys do, but I'll fill you in. For those that don't know, we're playing on the pit table over here at Bull Shooters, 4 and 1/8 inch pockets. The cloth has been worn in for quite some time, but the pockets are playing extremely tight.
Yep.
Looks like both players are taking a break. It's an extremely difficult table, and you can say this about any game that we've seen today because they've gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Miguel. You can say Miguel won 4 games in a row. I would argue that Fernando, I mean, like I said, you can say this about almost every game, but Fernando has given him, at least served him up quite a few opportunities to take it back.
Yeah, exactly.
They're late.
Exactly.
And Miguel has taken that opportunity, and good for him. And I hope this winds up being a tight match. But I'd like to see Miguel steal a few. I'd like to see Nando miss a 3-ball and him run out from the 3-ball and make a statement. Say, hey, I'm here to play. I know how to do this. We've all seen it. We know he can do it. I'd like to see him say, I'm here to win.
Mm-hmm.
He's stolen a few late. Yeah, he had a few 3 or 4 ball runs that look good, but no, I want to see like I said earlier, I want to see that dog in Miguel.
You want to see him make a 5 or 6 ball run, or 8 ball run, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, pool is about taking advantage of mistakes. That's what it's about. Because if even the pros, I said this to a lot of the low-rated players, and say, man, you gave me that game. You gave me that game. I said, I didn't give you that game. I gave you the opportunity for you to take it. Good. Every single pro pool player out there, if they're playing winter breaks, if there isn't a mistake made, the matches will be 11-0. They just don't make as many mistakes. But if there's not a mistake made or an unbelievable shot made, every match will be
Thank
exactly
God.
that.
Thank God Matchroom went to the cut break, or at least the 9 on the spot, making the break tougher, because you might be a lot more of those 9-0 matches, but they made the break tougher, and there's a lot more randomness.
There is.
Trying to force a ball in versus having an automatic ball go in.
There's more strategy to getting the one on the side. I mean, more consistency getting the one on the side, where they have to make a really good break than they do if the one ball's on the spot and they're making the corner ball, 75% of the time. It's also they make them break from the box, because breaking from the outside allows that corner ball to go in even when the 9 ball's on the spot.
I didn't like where that 4-ball rolled. Yeah, for sure.
So, Derby started it, 9 ball on the spot, breaking from the break box, to try to get a little more randomness to those. All right.
Yeah, Nando's leaving himself.
Yeah, he really didn't stroke that ball. Well, I guess he was leaving himself a combo. I just figured he'd come down a little farther. But you're right, he didn't try to make it come down any farther.
Yeah, I figured the combo could play from here. We're just watching the 4-ball after the combo, and the combo's not easy. 7 doesn't have to go here, obviously.
Oh, he hit the backside of it to try to play safe.
Yeah, I like the idea.
I kind of like the idea, just like that last 10 ball that he was trying to set up. Rather than trying to make it, you put the 4 against the 7 ball and put the 2 ball up table. Call the 7 just in case, but there's no reason not to call a ball, because if you make it and you don't call it, chances are they're giving it back to you anyway if it's in a bad position. So you might as well give yourself a chance.
I'm not saying the heat is on Nando here, and at least not yet. But
I think
you kind of get the sense that he's got to make something happen, or otherwise this thing might be able to get away from here.
Yeah, no, I think that there is some heat on Nando. He's lost 4 games in a row, so in his mind, we've all been down. We've all been up and lost a set. Lost a match. You go up 8-0 in a race to 9 on somebody, and you lose a game. That's no big deal. And you lose another game. It's not a big deal. I still only got to win 1 out of the next 6. You win, and then you lose another one, and then you get up to the table and you're thinking, God, I can't miss this one, and you miss it, and then it's just every time the pressure rises. Every time the pressure rises. That's some of Miguel's one pocket. He was trying at 2 rails and knew he was putting the ball up table. If he made it, great. If he didn't, it was okay. That's good though. He's not just calling safe or what have you. He's actually calling, he's calling a shot just in case.
Yeah, that's one of the more frustrating things I see from players is when they get down, is they start, taking that long bank and then leaving it hanging, and then almost in a sense giving it up. And I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not Nando, but Miguel had a little bit of that early on. But now that he's starting to taste a little blood in the water, he's playing a little bit more deliberate, a little bit more Miguel like.
Yeah.
Taking the right shots.
The look on his face is different. He's watching the game between shots,
Yeah.
and he's not paying attention to the table next to us.
Yeah, a lot less smiling, a lot more. We're here for business.
Yeah, exactly. See, I don't like going to the rail. I think he went rail first on that one, right? To try to get that table.
Yeah,
I don't like doing that.
Rail first on this table is dangerous in almost every scenario where the ball isn't hanging an inch away from the pocket. Because the pockets are playing tight enough.
Yeah, but there's other ways, to get up. There are other ways to do it. That's a nice shot from Miguel. Oh, slow down.
I'll do it to him.
Ed's trying to get me into a set after this is over.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you feel about it?
Same way I felt when he beat me 2 sets for 100 last time we played. So
good coming into it.
Yeah. But then again, he doesn't do anything fancy. He just makes balls.
Ed got me, man. He got me good.
I told him maybe on one of those outside diamonds. I don't know about this middle, this table.
I know Fargo says, all games, statistically of the millions of games they've had, the data shows that, a 600 wins at the same rate against a 500 on a 9-foot or 9-ball or 10-ball or 8-ball or whatever. And obviously there's variances in people that are better at
look
games
at all the big
whatever, but man, Ed's got me, dude. We played each other. I gave him a good game, and he just he knocked me down and stomped twice on me.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought coming into it, he gave me a fair. I gave him a fair spot. I think it was like 7-5 or something. Gosh, I don't
7-5 with him. Yeah, that's
maybe something like that. And then he didn't, and he just. I don't think I got to 4. He just played good. Happy
beat you without the spot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the old days, we used to give up ball weight more than game weight.
Mm-hmm.
And there's two schools of thought. Giving up games, you're at least making them get to the end. But I like the way the gentleman that played. He said, "You know what? I'll give up ball weight before game weight because you can't get those games back. You have a chance with ball weight. You're playing, even or what have you, because you're playing the same number of games, but you can't get the games back that you're playing when you're giving up games."
Yeah. How important do you think this out is here, Fernando?
Oh, in his mind, it's very important, right? Because he's lost 4 in a row, and he's frustrated because he missed a 10-ball to lose that, lose the third one.
Not the best.
Or the 9, but
I think he might be able to hold it with some right.
Yeah, he went way long.
That's not the shot you want to take to get back in this match. This is a huge shot.
And again, it's an incredibly huge shot, right? Because if he makes this ball, he feels like he's back in it. But if he misses it, it's another one where he's going, God, I missed another one.
Yeah,
and he missed it.
You just kind of feel the pressure.
He is.
You might almost feel for him, but you can almost feel the pressure mounting with every miss, like you were saying. Just another miss, another miss, another opportunity for Miguel.
And then Miguel, I don't think he's supposed to. I don't think he's supposed to bank. He's supposed to shoot it down to the end rail. But if he banks it short, he's still in a similar position.
Yeah, I think you bank. You call the corner pocket. You bank it short, just
Yeah,
like this.
Just like that. Yeah. Just try to put it on the end rail.
Just in case you hit it
Yeah.
bad, the pocket's there, but
Yeah.
that's the play all the way.
Yeah. Definitely would have played it to that end rail there. Yeah, he's definitely playing with more intention.
Yes.
Very, much more intentional with his shots. I like it.
Execution is better for Miguel. I mean, it's ball selection, all right, maybe pattern selection, I guess you could say, and you're right. Fernando looks like he's trying to spin this thing in. He's playing a lot of right.
Trying to bank it with English? Yeah.
I
No,
think
he was trying to cut it.
Trying to spin it in, and this cue ball's going to drop. Yeah, oh, it looked like it was going to drop. All right, Miguel, let's see what you got.
Well, and again, do you try this ball? Or do you come across it and put it up on the end rail over here? Or do you cross it to the end rail and put the cue ball back up here?
I'm a chicken. I'm just banking it straight back to where the camera is.
That's what I mean. That's what I say. You do it to the center and just put it on the end rail. And
you don't want this off the rail.
Yeah, leave it rail to rail.
Good shot. Wow, look at the speed control on that shot from Miguel. Great shot. Shot selection looking good, Chuck.
He's going to kick this. Well, he called it in the corner. Looks like he's going to kick it.
Don't like
this. Is some frustration right here. Why would you even attempt?
Don't like this at all.
This is really strange. It's like Fernando just wants the game to be over.
Yeah, you gotta at least try to bank the. I mean, at very worst, try to bank.
Just thin the left side of it.
You could do that. You could bank the 10 ball 2 rails up.
Yeah.
You could anything. I mean, this is asking for a miss.
I just think it's a, I mean, it was, maybe he's just trying to get out of his head, try to do something different, try to get him thinking about something different.
This is one of the better outcomes that could have came from that kick shot. You know what? Obviously, he kicked it well. Like, he had a chance to make it.
Wow, he hit the rail first and that ball fell in.
Yeah, Fernando kicks better than I do. I have no I really have no reason to sit here and say it's the right or wrong shot, but
it wasn't a shot
I would
have tried. Yeah,
it was you need some stones for that one.
Although I have a kick that's similar to that I would try over trying to do something, but it has to be in the pocket. Oh, thank you for that noise in the mic.
Oh, that was for you, Chuck.
Got all Justin's fans coming by and giving him kisses.
Yeah.
All one of them.
All one of them. 2 would be a problem.
It'd be an unresolved opportunity.
Is that what we call it?
Yeah, we don't have problems. We have unresolved opportunities.
Oh, there you go.
Might be an issue, but it would be a problem. And on the good side, you'd have 2 fans.
Yeah.
On the bad side, you might lose another one.
Okay, you got me with that one, Chuck.
Sound like the punchline of a joke I told you the other day. That whole coffin thing.
Oh, yeah.
I hope he doesn't do it, but he's probably going rail first with this one, too. Nope, he drew it. Okay. But he can come across this ball. Well, the 8's in the way, but he might be able to come across this ball and play space. Unless he shoots it
past the 9.
No, he's going to shoot the inside of it, or the outside of it. He thinks he's...
That's going to scratch.
Yep, he'll make all the white ones.
All the white ones.
That's what happened, isn't it?
It's
I think
Oh,
everything I say is a joke. They were all the white ones.
You're not wrong. I don't think Miguel's gonna take this.
Yes,
Yeah,
he is.
I guess he is. I just see him getting up and.
If I could draw the ball back behind the 9, I would try this one.
Yes,
but he's
yes.
not. But
if there's a two-way involved, yes. But
he didn't. Yeah, he didn't try to two-way it. He just, you know what? I'm going to make this ball, but he didn't hit it very confidently.
yeah, he just made an effort to shoot it and said, "I'm going to play it at a pace where the 10 doesn't hang if I miss."
Dara, that would sound a lot better if you were down here watching.
Oh, there you go.
Would sound a lot more convincing.
Yeah, Miguel didn't even need to stand up for that one. Just gave him the finger guns from the chair and said, "Go ahead."
Mm-hmm. He said, "Nice shot. Do it again."
Yeah, this one's a little harder than that one. Is that 510 wired, by the way, Chuck? Like, if
Nope.
he misses this? No?
The only way it's wired, if they're touching, he can get on the end rail and hit the edge of it and throw it in. But no, it's actually aimed almost for the first diamond.
They look pretty close to touching.
Yeah,
He might be able to throw it in.
But he might be able to throw it in, but it's actually aiming at the first diamond.
Oh, is it really? It's that far off?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no angle from here. It just kind of looks.
Yep, it is.
Oh, first diamond on the side rail.
Uh-huh. He can hit it. If he doesn't hit this ball and he hits it on the inside, no, he's shooting it the wrong direction.
Well, he might be able. He might be cutting it one way or the other.
I would rather try it. Unless there's a lot more room here, I'd be hitting on the other side. There is space there, so maybe he has to overcut it. But I think if he shoots it on the right-hand side, no, he's not.
He's going the wrong way with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You throw it in, and friction from the 5 holds it, pushes it the other direction.
But the fact that he looked to see if the ball went in the side means there was enough of a gap that he looked. So there was much more gap there than what I thought.
Okay.
There had to have been, because he looked to see if it went in the side. So there must have been more gap there than we could see.
Brian Long, yes, there is 3 foul. Early 10s, 3 foul, race to 21.
Mm-hmm. And
obviously.
Yeah. And you see Fernando's a little more, he's a little more timid making those balls. He was making those balls early where he was shooting them down, down table with that, that cut to the corner, and he was making them middle of the pocket. And now he's not doing that as much. So
yeah,
it's really amazing what happens. See, and now now he's down 6 or 5 games, but now you look at Miguel getting rolls.
Oh yeah.
But we're noticing him more because he's won 5 in a row.
Yeah. Every roll in the bakery when you're winning.
I've been in his position. I got a feel for Fernando. The biggest race I lost. I mean, I lost 17-9 to George Bell a few weeks ago. But I was playing another guy. We were playing a race to 15 on a bar box for 1,000 about 4 or 5 years, maybe 4 years ago. And I went up 9-1, and I wound up losing 15-10 or 15-11.
You told me this story, and
I learned a lot from that set because I played I played the back half of that set like I was up 9-1, and my opponent played like he was up 9-1. He just played methodically, one game at a time. I was busy figuring out what I was going to spend my $1,000 on while I was trying to finish the last few games.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, my opponent was trying to figure out how not to lose 1,000, and he won.
Your opponent was pretty good, to say the least.
And then I played him a second time for a little less than that, and that time we played like a race to 15, and I wound up being up like 6-2. It wasn't quite the margin, and I wound up losing like 15-9 or something like that after being up 6-2. So yeah, there's a lot to be said for letting your opponent back in, because you start playing a little tentative. You start playing a little, you start making some balls or trying some balls, being cavalier with the shots instead of being methodical. or intentional. You know what I mean? Playing like you're supposed to because you're up. And then it's hard to get back into playing like you're supposed to.
Yep.
But I think it's important, even when you're up, to play these short races and these long, in the long races. You know what? Yeah, I'm up 5-0, but now I've got to win the next race to 5 also. Now I've got to win the next race to 5. Because they may go 5-4 and you're still up, but you still got to win all the races. Like baseball, you got to go 2-1 in order to, in order to have a good, winning season. You got to you got to win every series, and you just got to break it down. You just got to break it down into series. Yeah,
frustration's mounting here, Chuck.
Now
By no means, I don't want this to be misconstrued the wrong way. By no means am I taking sides here at all.
No, I get it.
I like Fernando. I like Miguel.
Everybody likes a good comeback story, though.
Yes, it's hard not to pull for Miguel to make this competitive from here.
Yeah,
you know, in the recent struggles of Fernando, if Miguel can find a way to get out from here, wow, okay, if he can find a way to get out from here.
Yeah,
it's starting to get tight, Chuck. I mean, it was 16-6.
It was 16-6. It was 16-6.
Not the absolute worst outcome that could have came out of that. Now you got to force Fernando to come with somewhat of a shot. Should be somewhat routine, but in spite of his struggles, what's in the back of his head.
Mm-hmm.
Good shot.
Fernando hit that one good.
Yep.
Oh, the name Marcus? I don't have a problem telling you who it was. I shoot 648, it's like 647 or 648 speed now. So I mean, he was definitely playing good. It was Bobby Thomas.
Oh, you said it.
I did.
I thought you were dancing around it.
No, I wasn't trying to dance around it. I just didn't want to bring somebody's name into it. I wasn't trying to, like I was, at the time we were only a few points apart, but he accelerated his game amazingly at the end, and that's when he was coming up.
Yeah.
He's another one that doesn't do anything fancy. He just approaches every shot like it's the shot he needs to make, and he makes them one after the other.
You know what? I learned something. I learned a little bit from Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
After
after playing with the team on him 2 years ago. Go ahead.
He's one of the better 3-foulers I've met, and I learned it was kind of new to me because I wasn't new to the game, but the first time I played him, played a longer set, and he spotted me in a lot of games, and he was 600 speed, and I was not.
Mm-hmm.
I was low. I was mid 500 speed maybe. And what he taught me was when he got ball in hand and wanted to get that second foul, or when he got ball in hand and wanted to just absolutely lock me up, he'd put the cue ball right next to the object ball, thin it, come around 2 or 3 rails, and just absolutely lock me up. And I didn't have that shot in my arsenal. I never played it like that. I always put the cue ball, a foot, 6 inches away, something. But he's so good at judging the angle of the cue ball when he puts it right next to the object ball, skims it, judges the cue ball. He'll weave between 2 balls that are 6 inches apart, 4 inches apart.
Mm-hmm.
Weave between 2 balls, come around the table and just lock me up over and over and over again. And what I realized was, when you practice that shot a little bit, it becomes relatively consistent. And I got I'm not great at it, but I got pretty consistent with it. And it's yielded a lot of success in my game. Bobby Thomas is definitely the reason for that. He's won me more games than he knows.
Yep. Well, you also have to figure that everybody, and I say everybody, I mean, from 400 speed on up to, 800 speed, the jump shot is so natural now that everybody takes it. If you don't leave somebody up on a ball when you play safe, you got to leave them right next to me. You got to leave them on a ball in order to play safe and make them kick it. Because if you leave them an inch or two behind, they're jumping it. if you don't deadlock somebody up, they've got a chance to jump it and get there.
Yeah, especially Junior with his ski pole.
Oh yeah, and everybody said, what's the best jump cue? You mentioned it earlier. I said, I think it's a carbon fiber ski pole that they cut in half.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a company that was making them for a little while. They actually made them out of the carbon fiber ski poles, and they advertised they had two different sizes. Two different size shaft tips, whatever else. And because they cut a tapered ski pole in half. And one half would naturally be bigger. But absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's see if Fernando stopped the bleeding here. He won his game. Now both of them are playing with a little more intention. They're not just taking flyers at everything.
Yeah, Fernando realized that Miguel wasn't just gonna lay down, and Miguel realized that, hey, he's gonna give me a few games. I'm gonna take him on right back in this thing.
Yeah. Well, it's still a 10-4 race from here, so it still seems daunting. But after winning 5 in a row, you could make a case that it's possible to do. That was a great shot by Miguel too. Played that to stop the cue ball on that kick. A little kick and stick.
Oh yeah, that's what they call it.
I love that shot.
I think Efren had to make that one famous. I mean, obviously they probably did it a little bit before him, but I've seen a few interviews with the pros from back in the 80s and maybe the 90s, maybe earlier than that. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they, all of them said they were always like, someone played safe against you, because 9-ball was the game back then. They would say, someone played safe against you. Your intention was to hit it and either create separation or develop something. He was like, but when they played safe against you, your intention was to hit the ball. And he's like, Efren was the first guy that came out and kicked with intent.
Yep.
He kicked
one of the few,
to counter safe you. You played safe. He kicked and sticked. He kicked behind you. He made you wear it. If you didn't play a great safety, you were in trouble. And I don't know how much truth there is to that. I'm sure there's a lot.
There's a lot of truth to it.
Because I wasn't there. I don't know.
Well, he came to the U.S. in around 1985 or so, when he came in as his using his pseudonym. Nobody knew who he was.
Cesar Morales.
Yeah, he came in and used that one.
Just coming behind
for a couple of years when he came, because everybody had heard of, this kid in the Philippines named Efren Reyes, and he came to town to get some action. Played in tournaments, did a lot of different things under that name, but he was but it was before the internet, right? So you had the ability to kind of doing that anymore.
Yeah.
Somebody wins.
Sneak it around.
Somebody wins $100 somewhere, and everybody in the country knows about it. Within half an hour. But yeah, that's a great shot. That was a great idea right there.
Yeah, that wasn't just your basic stop shot either. What he did well was kind of a stun follow to really lock him up on that 8. And not the easiest thing to judge, and Nando did it well.
A good hit by Miguel as well. Got some separation. He was trying to hit the other side of the 3 because he called the 3 ball down in this corner, but just hitting it, I don't like it when most people say, well, I got a lucky safety, or I got lucky and made the ball, or what have you. So no, if you're hooked, I feel like, and another friend of mine, Mike Howerton, actually said, you don't get upset if somebody gets lucky, or if they hit the ball and get safe or make the ball. It's if you hit the ball, you give yourself a chance to get rewarded. I mean, and that's basically it. Wow, that was an interesting shot. That one hit the point on the side pocket and the English took over and gave him a good shot at the 4.
It's the only way to play that shot,
You know,
Chuck.
But when you're kicking at a ball, if you don't hit it, you don't have the chance to get lucky, to get fortunate, to have a good outcome. So the fact that you hit the ball is the skill part of that shot.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I don't fault anybody for telling he kicked the ball and got lucky. No, he used skill and kicked the ball and gave himself an opportunity.
Yeah, some people get frustrated with. I'm a bigger fan of 9-ball than 10-ball, and I know 10-balls probably may or may not take over the world here in a little bit. Maybe not if Matchroom keeps doing what they're doing, but that being said, a lot of people get frustrated. They're like, "Oh, I don't like the randomness of 9-ball and the slop." With pro, slop really doesn't come into play a lot. But
No.
what my biggest point has always been, I feel like sometimes good kick shots should get rewarded.
Yeah.
If you play a kick shot with a little bit of pace and it comes around the table and it finds a hole, sometimes you should get rewarded. You played it with a little bit of pace.
Yeah.
To give it a chance.
You
to go
played with intention. That's right.
Yeah. Or, if you kick safe, very seldom does it go in a pocket if you kick safe because you're not playing it with the pace to find a hole on the table.
Yeah.
It's not the right.
It takes. I mean, I think the 10-ball. Yeah, you're calling your balls, you're calling your pocket, that kind of thing. You're calling everything, but you're right. It takes a little bit out of the kick shot, but really all it is, and I say this knowing that I'm probably going to get beat up, but people that like 10-ball, they just don't like to be lucked out. They don't like to have that one shot that they're not expecting.
Yeah, no.
But I think it gives the better player an advantage playing 10-ball versus playing 9-ball, where the person playing 9-ball.
Big bounce.
Yeah, they have. If you're playing 9-ball, everybody has a chance to win. That's part of the randomness of the game.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. He didn't make that ball. I thought it went in.
Yeah, I did too.
Hey, Angel, how you doing? Sorry, I missed your hello.
Yeah, no, it's 9-ball is a much more viewer friendly game. In the sense that you're gonna see more breaking runs. B, the randomness is a little bit of a maybe not for the players, but the randomness is a little bit of a excitement factor.
It is
9 on the break, or that's why they do it during the Moscone. 9 on the break, or the 9-ball gets slopped in, or sometimes you kick at a ball and it goes 2, 3, 4 rails and it finds a pocket. I kind of like it. I know that's not a popular opinion, but man, and for viewership, there's nothing more exciting when you guys need a hit. I mean, when you guys need a game and Team USA kicks at a ball, and, the randomness of it finding a hole. That's exciting.
Yeah, it is.
10-ball, yes, it's probably the way the game should go.
You notice how they play 10-ball on the Bigfoot, the 10-foot table. They play it with 9-ball rules. They still have their 3-foul, but you're not calling shots all the time. Well, on the Bigfoot 10 and on the 10-foot table,
yeah, you're not really sloppy.
They don't call their shots. You can kick and get lucky and make a ball or that kind of thing when they're playing Bigfoot 10-ball at the International Open at Derby. They're not using all of the 10-ball rules. They're playing 10-ball like it's 9-ball, except for the 3-foul. They do use that. And again, it's for that randomness. If you kick a ball, you have a chance to make something, or and it happens so seldom.
Another good safe there, Fernando. Controlled it well, banked it short, left it on the end rail. We've seen it before.
Mm-hmm.
Nice controlled shot there.
Yeah. There's some separation back there again. Does he try to thin the ball, or do you get the backside of it? Oh, he's going to call. He's probably still going to shoot it wide.
I think it's close enough to the rail. It's tough to get behind it. He's going to.
No, he was actually trying it. Either way, he controlled the cue ball well.
Yeah.
He shot it with inside English to make sure the cue ball was on the other side of the table if he missed.
Tried to kill it, make it tough.
Yeah, well, Mr. Jones, I agree with you, but that's where you play. People that want to play 9 ball by 10 ball rules or that kind of thing, just because the 9 ball break, the basic difference. If you play 10 ball by the 9 ball rules, you're not going to run out as much. That extra ball makes a difference on your break more than anything.
That was supposed to be trouble.
Yeah, it was.
Let's see what Miguel come up with here.
Looks like he's going to try it straight back. Unless he's going to try the 10 ball. I don't know. He's trying it straight back, though. He's a one pocket player, so this would be a shot he'd take all day in one pocket. But
look at that.
He makes it.
Pretty good.
He makes it. That was a great shot.
And he's got to look on the 10.
Yep. He said a lot of that is the one pocket because that'd be a shot he'd take 100% of the time playing one pocket.
That is I'm pretty surprised that ball went in. That did catch the rail pretty early, but Pocket received it well with that speed.
He rolled it. It wasn't. He didn't.
Yeah, that speed allowed the Pocket to play twice as big.
Mm-hmm. He made one down the rail early when he was during the 5-game run that he did. He actually shot it, and the ball hit about the first diamond out of the corner pocket, and it went straight in. It drained straight in, but that's because he rolled it in. He didn't try to do too much with it. You put a little draw on the cue ball, and it makes the object ball follow. And going down a rail like that can get it to kick out of the pocket. Now you're starting to sound like all of us there, Mr. Jones.
Uh-oh. Scratch on the brake.
Yep. Getting to the 2 balls about the hardest shot in this rack.
Yeah.
He's only got a couple of windows between the 6 and the 3, or drawing it straight back between the 9 and the 7. But he's on one foul here, Center scratched. I don't know that I would.
Center of the table is ideal for me right here.
I'm thinking you draw it back to the 2 ball in between the 2 of them, and then if you don't get good, you play safe behind the 3 and the 7.
Yeah.
Knowing he's on 1. He could even try to make the 2 ball, just make sure that he pulls the cue ball over to the side a little bit so that he's got something in the way. He's got a blocker. Then if he gets on 3, or gets on 2 fouls, then he's got the big advantage there.
Yeah, he's looking at the out from here. The ball's way good enough.
I don't know. Maybe. Oh, no, he just fouled.
I don't know. The 7 hit the 3. That's 2 balls moving. We can't say anything.
No, we can't.
But that generally would be a foul, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the 7 rolled into the 3 and the 3 wiggled.
Yeah. Now, what that means is the 3 doesn't go now, but it's just he hit both balls.
I know he's an honest player. I don't think he knows because he didn't even look at Miguel.
There's like I said, there's a lot to be said. If somebody doesn't see that foul when they're shooting, they're concentrated on the object ball. For Fernando, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, just because I don't think he saw it. Because if Miguel had seen it and he said something, then he would give it back to him. He would say no problem. If that's what I did, that's what I did. But you can be wrong and not be trying to cheat.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's something that a lot of people don't consider. Somebody shoots a ball and they see it was a good. They ask, "Was that a good hit?" Well, yeah, it was a good hit. Well, it may be obvious to the person watching it, but the person shooting, he thought it was a good hit. And sometimes you're allowed to be wrong without being accused of cheating. You're allowed to be mistaken. Unfortunately, in this case, it gives him a game, gets him to 18. Would that have made all the difference? It could, but when they go back and watch it, he'll know. But that's a little bit on Miguel too. You know, he's supposed to be watching and just like marking up the score. You know, if you don't mark your game, we have a score here, but you know, we're officially not the official scorekeeper. The official scorekeeper is those coins.
Yeah.
Somebody doesn't move a coin, and they say, you know what, I didn't move my coin 3 times ago. If they both agree that our score is right, fine. But otherwise, I saw it happen at a pro tournament where they were marking games. You know, they didn't have digital pool; they were marking games. It was actually in one of the West Coast tour, and it was at Hard Times in Mr. Dominguez's room. One of the players there, he didn't mark his game, and actually would have won the match. It was streamed, yes, that's how we knew it. But they weren't keeping score. You know, they're not the official scorekeeper, and they could have missed the game as well as anybody else.
Yep.
But after the match was over, he tried to come back. 10 minutes later, when his fans said, "Hey, you didn't mark a game up there, and you would have won." He kind of come back and said, "Look, I didn't mark the game." He said, you know what? You go to the stream and say, "Look, we can't say whether or not that happened. We can go back and watch the match, but that's on you." In golf, if you they're keeping score, right? Everybody's keeping score, but if you don't mark your card properly, it disqualifies you.
Yeah, that's tough.
But you have to keep track.
Yeah, golf is tough, man. I know of 1 or 2 instances where a pro finished a tournament, they signed their card, they turned it in, the caddy got it wrong, or he got it wrong, and then they ended up disqualifying him, saying you were caught on camera shooting, even if it's the wrong way, even if they put bogey down and when they had a par,
it just has to be right.
Yep, it's got to be what you did.
But whether it's on camera or whether it's not, they've got spotters there. They're keeping track of people's individual scores on this hole. Yep. So they can go back and say, he shot a 5 on this hole, not a 4, or he shot a 4, not a 5. In this game, you pretty much rely on your opponent. The shot always goes to the opponent if they make a mistake, or if they, if somebody says, "Was that a good hit?" Oof. Wow.
Never a doubt there, Chuck.
Never a doubt. It's clearly the right shot.
Yeah, it looked like he ran into that one a little bit fuller.
Do you want to watch this? You want me to? They're asking for a...
Oh, go ahead, official ref. For those that don't know, Chuck went to ref school. Went out to, I believe it was Vegas. Went out and took a class. He is an official, I don't know if it's BCA or CSI or whatever. But he is going to be moving around a little bit, maybe calling some amateur or pro events. Point in that corner pocket, slow down the cue ball enough for Miguel to see the 9 on the side, or bank it, but he should shoot on the side. Look who's back. Yeah. Yeah, the good news is there's no gimme.
Fernando's back, yeah. He's stroking him again.
Yeah, that wasn't the easiest shot to kill it and stay on the side. I almost come back and forth twice. That was pretty impressive to hold that shot.
Yes, it was.
Another confident stroke. 10 ball hit the back of the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And Nando 2 away.
Yep. It's a 9-2 race from here.
Oh. Pick a card, Chuck.
Pick a card.
Pick a card.
Okay.
You can say it out loud.
I can say it out loud.
Yeah.
7 of diamonds.
7 of diamonds. I got 7 of hearts.
Okay.
9 of. What is that?
9 of spades.
9 of spades. Try again later.
Do I win?
No. Yep. Okay. I know a guy. Is it a bottle of water and a small pitcher of ice?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Woo.
What a
2,
break that
3,
was.
4. Straight in on the one.
4 balls on the break and straight in on the one. We might see our first, theoretically, break and run here.
Oh, that didn't suck, Chuck.
It's the 1 to the 2, and then the 2 is a stop shot for the 5, or you can roll up a little bit to get to the 6. There's an opportunity here.
Yes, there is an opportunity.
It also means that if you don't get there, there's an opportunity for your opponent to get out because they are really broke up. That was 4 balls there. That was a nice break.
Do you dare say the words, Chuck?
I already did.
I did it all by myself, Chuck.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
We'll make a server out of you yet.
Oh. I don't know about all that.
I realize you have to carry this stuff back, though. Not just remembering is not part of it. Part of it is the balancing everything you're bringing back.
Ooh.
I don't know why he shot. I would not have shot that ball on the side. You know, again, a lot of people choose to shoot balls on the side that I think that the corner is the bigger pocket, even on this table. You know, it's a bigger pocket to shoot at. In that case there, plus stopping the cue ball for the 5.
I didn't mind the side, but he missed that by quite a margin.
I know. Because again, he's shooting half a pocket.
I think that was a bit of lack of concentration there.
It was. He took it for granted. I think he took it for granted.
Maybe,
but I didn't think he needed to roll up on it. Is what I was getting at.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just think maybe try to cheat it a little bit. Missed it by a margin. Miguel.
Well, he got a fortunate roll out of it a little bit. I mean, it came out of the pocket. He still has a good chance to make it, but it came out of the pocket.
Yeah, it kind of gave this one right back. It really good looking rack from the start, and you just figured if there wasn't 1 inning, there was gonna be 2 maximum, and now we're sitting here, and Nando's back at the table.
This one just has to roll in. It's natural shape for the 8 ball. He doesn't have to do anything with it.
Shot. Great shot. All right, this could put him on the hill here, Chuck.
It could.
Yes,
it goes on the
sure
hill.
Does. And that is gonna be an 8-game lead for Fernando.
Well,
finding his
Miguel
mojo
just has to win 1 game 9 times.
Like the way you put that, Chuck.
No, trying to win 9 games is very daunting, but if you win 1 game, then win 1 game in your mindset, and I say that to a lot of people, in your mind, you don't have to win 9 games. You've only got to win the game you're playing.
Yep.
And he did that for the 5 games that he won in a row. at 10-6. I mean, at 16-6.
Yeah. We saw a little life from Miguel. Thought that maybe there'd be a little match from it. Saw Fernando struggling there in the middle. And he's come with some shots.
Yeah, he definitely has.
All right, Fernando's back on the same side of the table that uh-oh, Miguel is on,
Yeah.
making another circle. Of course, he doesn't need to get all the way around the table this time, but you know what I mean. Man, bull shooters really does fill up on Friday. I said it earlier.
What? Oh, yeah. He's trying this. It looks like a 3-ball combo, or will it get between them?
It's got to be a window.
Oh, yeah, there was.
There it is. Well, now he's got to win one game 8 times.
Yep. He only has to win one game.
No, what I was mentioning to Tim earlier, man, this place really fills up. Friday and Saturday nights, bullshooters is one of the busiest. I mean, for the size of it, obviously, you got to justify the size, but
well, and
man,
honestly,
they fill up.
They fill up. The dart boards are filled up. All the pool tables are full, and everybody's drinking and having a good time because there's not a pool player in the place except for what we're doing here.
Yeah, that's
they're all just here recreationally to play. I mean, it's a great. A lot of pool rooms you go in, if there's a lot of pool players, there's not a lot of money being spent.
No, pool players are, what do they say? A bunch of water drinkers and air suckers.
Yeah.
Which, nothing wrong with that, but financially for a business owner, I can imagine how that'd be a little frustrating.
Yeah, but but then all those pool players that don't spend any money, they all want all the favors.
Oh yeah,
we're here all the time. Why don't you give me table time? Why don't you give me this? The only money you spend is table time.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them that don't. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of players that actually support the bar. I don't say you have to drink. There's no reason you have to be drinking booze or whatever else. I get so frustrated when I was running tournaments, though. The bar's adding 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. They come to my tournament desk and they say, "Do I have time to go somewhere and have something to eat?" And I said, "Yeah, you got just enough time to go to the bar." I never tell somebody they have enough time to go get something to eat. I said, you know what? You do whatever you feel is right.
Yeah.
Support the bar. The bar's giving you, giving us, an extra $2,000 or what have you.
Yeah.
And clearly they need to be able to make that much back in a different way.
No, I say it all the time. And pool players are the only people I've ever met in my life that walk into a bar and expect to leave with more money than they walked in with. It's crazy, man. Yes, I get it. You're competitive and you want to come into an establishment. You want to make a little bit of money. Well, man, these bars are supporting the players, supporting the pool players. Let's give a little something back. None of us are pros. None of us are. I mean, some are, but none of us are pros. None of us are really doing this for a day job.
Well, most of us, if we were doing it for a job, we'd be a lot skinnier.
Yeah.
Not enough money out there to be able to feed you. Going for the 10 ball again here.
They called a 10?
Yep. 4 rails.
He made that one. I would have went home and left Left all the equipment with you, Chuck.
And I would have probably sold it. And I would have probably sold it if you didn't.
Yeah.
Because I'm a pool player.
Oh yeah.
You know, got to keep up the family tradition, as Hank Williams Jr. says.
Yeah, I know one or two that might have done that.
Look at it,
Well, if
right
this
behind the
gets on
9
a
ball.
9, this would be sick.
Right behind the 9 ball.
Oh, that is nasty.
That was very nasty. It was a great shot.
Kind of gross.
Yeah, it looks like he's got some room there. Maybe.
Yeah, trying to peek and see if there's a window between the 3 and the 9.
Well, the problem is if he
Even the
he
8 ball's
might be
big.
jumping the edge of it. If he tried to spin it around, he was going to miss the 9 no matter what.
Well, there's quite a few balls on the table. This table does play tough, obviously, but Nando's got a chance to put this thing away if he plays this right.
If he was evil, he would try to 3-foul him in the last game. But
Oh, wouldn't that be? Wouldn't that just be me?
That would be evil. You know, so many people that get upset when somebody 3-fouls them. Why did you do that? You could have gotten out. I said I didn't have to. On this table, the roads are much more windy than they are on other roads. There's a lot of bumps, so I don't know if the road map applies too well on this table.
Looks like he's trying to run into the 6 here.
I mean, almost every player I know on this table, they play on this table timid. You know, they play on this knowing it's this table, which adds its own road bumps.
And justifiably so, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's justifiably so, but it just adds its own set of problems because you know, if I don't hit this perfect. So getting that into your head to begin with is the first bump you have to be able to get over.
All right, a more realistic look to get out from here.
Yeah, if you can stop the cue ball to get to the 7, or follow it up to get to the 7 on the 6. Nice, straightened it out, nice. You see, he's not rolling these. He's actually, he's shooting with a good firm stroke.
Yeah, nice little pace, confidence. Holding this with some inside or coming around.
I was hoping was it just going to try to hold that one, but he didn't hit it hard enough. He's still there though.
He can taste the finish line. I wouldn't be surprised to watch this cue ball move around a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to go one rail with inside English. Me, I don't know if I'd have just shot it with left English, come around 3 rails. You know what I mean? Shooting with inside English makes it a little harder shot, but it was still a good shot either way. Again, that's from here. I've still never missed a ball from here.
It's the best part. That's why I'm on the side of the glass. I got tired of losing over there.
I don't know if I've gotten tired of it, but I seem to do it a lot.
Gets old pretty quick.
Fernando, he's going to give it to him. Not even going to make him shoot it.
Yeah, that'll do it. All right.
And concedes the last game.
So here's the deal, Chuck. Tim gave me the cash, but they don't know I have it. So I can tell them that Tim's got it.
Oh, there we go.
And we can make one heck of a weekend out in Mexico.
That's like the old golfers. That's like the old golf joke.
Oh yeah. What's that?
One guy shoots a drive, Really good drive in the middle of the field, in the middle of the fairway. Next guy shoots it off to the left in the bushes. They spend 10 minutes looking for it, both players. They're looking for the ball. They're looking for the ball. They're looking for the ball.
Mm-hmm.
The other player looks at him, and
Thank you, Miguel. That was fun, brother.
other player looks at him and said, "You know what? Go ahead and shoot. I'll find my ball."
Mm-hmm.
Player goes up. He goes ahead and shoots. He gets to the green, and off in the distance, he hears, "Found it!" And
That was fun, guys. Good shooting, brother. Believe that's yours. Yes, sir.
And the guy, he goes ahead and shoots. He says, "Found it!" And then he shoots it, and he hits the ball, and he hits it to the green. Now, the other player is looking at it and says, "Well, I don't know whether to call him out because I have his ball in my pocket, or, or do I call him a cheater because I have his ball in my pocket, or do I tell him and he calls me the cheater for picking it up? I don't know which one."
Oh, that's funny. All right, Chuck. Well, I really appreciate you hanging out with me,
Thank
man.
everybody for putting up with my voice.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Shout out to Fee Lee with One Loan. Shout out to Mike Wynn, Realty One. We appreciate the sponsors. Shout out to Bullshitters once again for letting us host it over here. We will see you guys at the next one. You're going to have to get with Tim on what the next one was. Oh, no, he said. Well, I don't want to spread false information. I have an idea what it is. Go to Donkey Pool Productions. Be posting it up soon. See you the next time.